1-1. And now? Can you hear me? Sparkles on the palette, yeah. I could, like, if I will have the wet palette, I can make it, like, if I will do a separate camera for the wet palette, I may do the sparkles over there. Cool. So this is a miniature that we are painting today, and it's black, so you almost cannot see it on the desk backdrop or background. Yeah, and it's Silvestris Smoker by Inno Kingdoms, and they are sponsoring this stream. It's Inno Kingdom / Neko Galaxy. So yeah, I didn't do the perfect work with the primer. I can see it right now, but it doesn't matter that much. Hey Sophie. Hey. Cześć. Okay, so my first, the first order of today is to make the pre-shade because I didn't do it yet. And then I will talk about giveaway because I'm doing a giveaway for my subscribers and Patreons of this one. I will repeat it today. Hey, Chromonaut. Hey. I did this weekend I did 2 days workshop, so I had a working weekend basically, and we were painting Shift from also Inno Kingdoms, and this is the effect of my today painting. It's not perfectly painted, and in some areas it's very sketchy, but I just decided to do a giveaway for my subscribers on Twitch and Patreon. So everyone who is subscribed on Twitch and Patreon will be like eligible to get this miniature in, like, I don't know, maybe a week or something. Yeah, I think that in a week, like maybe on Sunday evening. Yeah. So I will start pre-shading. Maybe I will keep her over here so she will rest happily and very cozy. Like, you know, I wanted to do the streaming of Silvestris the next, like, from thank you for the subscribe. I was meant to do the painting of Silvestris from today or tomorrow for the next weekend. And during the past week I was about to finish painting the druid guy, but first of all sadly the stuff got broken and I cannot find the end of the stuff, and it's like, I don't know, it somehow like got through in a portal and I have no idea where it went. I like basically did a search action throughout all of my desk and like the whole room basically, and I cannot find it. So I have to look for it tomorrow again, or maybe resculpt it again. Yeah, but it got lost. Also, I didn't feel that well because I have trouble sleeping lately and I was just too tired the whole past week to do streaming. So yeah, I just I didn't feel that well, so I didn't stream basically. So the Silvestris will proceed as planned. So from today or / tomorrow. Actually from today, but tomorrow I won't stream that long today because I'm tired actually. Yeah. So I want to sell it. I want to today like pre-shade it, which is not very complicated work. And maybe I will start sketching. I don't have like a very clear idea for her. At first I thought that maybe I could do a like lighting from like underneath, but I don't feel like doing something overly complicated. And also I want this project to be very relaxed and chill for me. So I'm not sure yet. I think that I will do like this lighting coming from this side maybe. So she would be looking like over here, and maybe in the direction of light, and maybe the hood will cast some shadows on her face, something like that. And then the magic smoke, stuff like that. Yeah, I also have 3 extra flowers I could glue somewhere, but I actually couldn't think about like the perfect places, and I just didn't want to overcrowd the composition because I just could. So I decided to pass on the flowers. And also, like as you can see, this miniature is very complicated. She's sitting on this like wooden trunk. And she has like this biggest smoke coming from the pipe. She has this little pipe, and she has there are like those branches. And at first I planned on painting her like without gluing everything together, even though I prefer it that way, because when you have the whole miniature just put together, you can avoid some of like the logical mistakes. So for example, the lighting situation won't change for you. You have one lighting for the whole project, and when you actually put the miniature apart, you can do a mistake and paint some parts with one kind of lighting and then the other parts with something else, and then it won't match. So you will have like this logical problem with your miniature, and sometimes you cannot even like recognize the problem. So yeah, I just decided to put her together because this is very complicated miniature to glue, because I had to actually heat the resin to make all of the parts stick together. This leg, I think that it was kind of my fault that she wasn't perfectly matched, because I glued this character not like while sitting on the trunk, but separately. And then when I put her on the trunk, this leg was sticking out slightly, like 1 millimeter maybe above the tree trunk. So I had to bend it over the steam to heat the resin. So I had to fix this one, and then I had to slightly heat this branch to move the smoke a little bit closer to her face, and then I had to heat the pipe so she would match perfectly into her mouth, because I really wanted to have the perfect fit for all of the parts, to not to hassle later with gluing together painted miniature basically, because that would damage the paint, and I actually prefer to have some issues with oh, thank you for the subscribe, guys. I prefer to have some issues with painting and not actually having to repair my damaged and unsuccessful tries at gluing everything together, because I was afraid that, for example, like matching this pipe to her lips would be problematic, and that could damage her face, and I don't want that. Hey, thank you for the follow. So this is the miniature. We will appreciate her with the light coming from like this side. I can zoom out slightly. Oh, yeah. So lighting from over here, like slightly in front, or maybe something like this. And I think that I would like to have some pinks. I want to have magical cloud. Not sure about the color yet. I think that I will just, chat on the stream and just analyze the whole composition and maybe come to some ideas. And I will just start sketching it. Yeah, and here is again the bust I've painted on the workshops. Yeah, it's like that. It's a little bit satin for my liking. I have to varnish it with more matte varnish basically. But she's like that. Maybe I will zoom in a little bit more. Also, she's slightly overlit, so the lighting is too strong. Maybe something like this would work better. It's too bright side. but it doesn't matter. Hey, Inu. Nice to see you here. Good evening. Hey, good job. So yeah, in real life, I would say that she looks slightly better, but I think that like this camera isn't doesn't have like the best time today. So she is like this. It's a academic bust from Inu Kingdoms. Actually, it's Shiv. I will link Inu over here in the chat and also Neko Galaxy if you want to check them out. They have pretty cool miniatures. Inu Kingdoms and Neko Galaxy. Actually, this is one of my favorite. Like those two are one of my favorite miniature companies, so check them out if you haven't yet. Like what smell the Shivs? I dig them. Yeah, they are like compared to my finger, like this. And I painted her to this like effect during 2 days where I actually had to explain stuff and coach people. So I didn't have like the full 60 hours. I maybe had like, I don't know, 8 hours of painting. So this is definitely not perfectly blended and perfectly finished miniature, but it's something. And she's very quick to paint because she has, first of all, cool character, and second of all, she has like just the right amount of detail. So you can play around with the little trinkets over here on her head and on the necklace, and then you have basically only a vest and like this armband to paint, and everything is pretty much easy. Painting her chest may be challenging, and I will actually tell you guys that explaining the correct method of painting the bare woman chest is kinda cringy on workshops, but it's nice to see when this knowledge just basically clicks in people's minds, because it's not that easy. Yeah, so thank you for the follows. And what more? This is pretty cool miniature, and she has fangs, like the basic model. Basically, she has fangs or like those tooth, orc teeth. And you can cut them off and you can make an elf out of her. I've already painted her as a night elf before, and also I did like 5 or 6 versions during my workshops, and I'm kinda over this bust a little bit, but she's very cool, and it's very easy to come up with different ideas for the interpretation. Hey Łukasz. Some glam rock. Yeah, this is definitely glam rock. She could be even more glam rock if I painted like the glitter or a black leather, maybe a vest or something like that. But I didn't. She's kinda a little bit of World of Warcraft and a little bit of Keys, I think. Yeah, she is very, very cool. Tartan jacket, could you do it? I haven't seen the version with tartan jacket yet. Okay, so again, in a week, next weekend, I will be giving away this one for someone, either from the subscribers or from the Patreon. So I will just took those 2 lists of people and I will just pick one random, and maybe I will find some other sculpts to give away. I will see. I have to dig through my stash. Yeah, I think that for sure I have one more bust from Inu Kingdom to give away. Like there is the Argat, I think. I actually painted 2 versions of her also. She's pretty cool. So I will give away this one, and I will give away like this unpainted bust to someone from my subscribers / Patreon pool. Yeah. Drag Queen of WoW. Yep. So yeah, I will proceed into horizontal, into creating the horizontal light for this one. I usually start my painting with having like black base and then doing the horizontal. And then like some people say that horizontal is actually visible from underneath the miniatures, like the layers of paint, but actually I believe that this is not that much true, because we overpaint so many opaque layers of paint that usually if it's visible very slightly, like the underpainting, but it's good for a reference for the lighting situation. So you can do the horizontal, and then you can even take the pictures of the miniatures, like turning it all around. And then while painting, if you will forget how to paint some kind of lighting, you can just look on the pictures, and you have like the easiest reference picture for your painting for the lighting situation. Okay, I need thinner, I think. Thinner? I have thinner. Okay. So yeah, I was talking for past 2 days. And explaining painting, and now I'm doing it even more. So pretty intense, I would say. Did you paint anything during the weekend, guys? Or did you maybe plan your black weekend? Yeah, it's Black Week, right? Or Black Friday, yeah. Black Friday buys or shopping. Family weekend for me, would have a bunch of stuff to paint this week. Yep. I couldn't get the dress happy for how I wanted, so I am taking a little break. Legit. Okay, I won't paint it on the stream. I also he decided to Frankenstein my 2 airbrushes, my older one and the newer one, which I'm actually using right now. And I took the airbrush, and basically this is the Evolution CR Plus, and it usually comes without this end. And I took this end from my older airbrush and just replaced this part. I have no idea what's the correct name for it. And like I felt so stupid, because all the time I was using CR Plus, I was thinking like how much I miss like this thing over here, and I just could take this thing from my previous airbrush and just put it into this one. So a small brain. Hey Nan. Okay, so this is the pre-shading situation. Also, you can see how much overlit the camera is. I will try to fix it in a second. I kept her, like, her face looks like it's very bright, but it actually isn't that much, like only half of it is lit. I don't know why my camera is working like that today. So yeah, I'm usually doing something like this. I will see if I want to do any like second light source. Maybe I should just sketch it in. The choices are so hard. Guys, do you have any preference for her skin color? Do you want maybe a pink skin tone or maybe a violet one? Because I can do something like this. Just not a gray one. because I did already that one. Like this is gray violet, but it's more grayish than violet actually. So not gray, but if you want to paint any kind, like to see me painting any kind of different skin color, I may adjust if I will like the idea. Pink, yeah, I'm thinking about pink also. Also, she is pink on the box art. Do I have enough water for my wet palette? I don't think so. Okay, got it. Should look like this. Give me a second, I will try to fix the white balance, maybe. Okay, this is kind of more realistic, I think. Okay, let's keep it like that, at least for now. And now, how can I do it less less bright? I have no idea. Okay, it's too bright. Turn down ISO or turn up F on camera. Okay, I will try to do it. ISO. Is there any difference? I don't think so. Oops, sorry. Oh, there's a slide, I think. Is there any difference? This bunny is great, nice cut. Yep. No difference. Okay, so the difference is only in my mind, sadly. My wet palette, head palette, over here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Also, I'm very happy with this sponge because it's not molding. So pretty cool. Okay, so we have one information, and that is that we have pink skin. So I have the color wheel, and we can analyze it. How to proceed with the colors? Okay, so I have half of the color wheel. And we have the pink over here. I usually paint on the half of the color wheel, so I like to take come up with a strong colors I want to use on the miniature, and I like to take one of the colors, take another one color, and usually with those two colors I will, or maybe two of those colors or those colors, I will put those two colors on the most important elements of the composition. So for example, if she was doing any kind of magic, I would basically mark the magic, for example, in a blue color, and then I would give her like orange eyes, for example. So those two elements would be the strongest, and I would be instantly drawn to those two elements, and then everything else would be slightly desaturated. And also my base colors for the painting, I would use mostly or only this half of the color wheel or this half of the color wheel. And only exception for this rule is my color of highlight and color of shadow. And I really like to paint shadows with violet and yellow. So this is usually the case for me. So using half of the color wheel for most of the base colors for the miniature, and then having yellow and violet lighting. And you can switch the colors, turn it like around the color wheel, but this really clears up your color scheme and limits it in a way. Hey, thank you for subscribe. It's because of the white camera, hate it. Okay, so maybe it will get fixed a little bit. Also, I think that the colors right now look a little bit better when I got something in the background. Or at least I think so. I may be wrong. So yeah, this is my principles for most of my color schemes. This is very safe. To eliminating half of the color wheel is very safe for your painting, because you instantly avoid having informational chaos on the miniature, or at least you limit the possibility very strongly. If you would put colors from all around the color wheel on your miniature, all of them would be saturated, and each of them would have like different temperature, cold or warm. You would have like just the informational overload in your composition, and you wouldn't know where to look at basically. Hey Dave. So I prefer to take this half of the color wheel, add the lighting and the shadow, and then try to stick to one temperature. So for most of the colors to have, for example, colder tones, and then if I pick to use orange for something important in the composition, this one orange would be the only warm color, for example, or the warmest color in the composition, so it would catch the attention even stronger. So again, this is like working with those four kinds of contrast. So first kind of contrast is colors on the color wheel. So I don't remember how it's called, but the colors on the opposite side of color wheel are do I have like the complementary colors? Yeah, they are complementary colors. So they complement. So when you would add this one and this one, in theory, it would be black, I think. And they contrast each other very strongly. That's why it's hard to paint, for example, like red and blue, because they are kind of opposite on the color wheel, and they just fight each other when you have those two put together like side by side. So the first kind of color of contrast is like this color wheel. The second kind of contrast is temperature. Third kind of contrast is temperature, warm and cold. Third kind of contrast is light and dark, and the fourth kind of contrast is texture, I think. So you can put a very textured and very coarse surface next to a very sleek and very shiny surface, and though the shiny surface would look even shinier because of this coarse surface, and the coarse surface would look even coarser because of the shiny surface. So you can use all of these different kinds of contrast in your painting, and you need to be aware of them. And the painting looks best when you use a lot of contrast, but when you use them to a degree that there is no informational overload. So you have to be like sneaky when composing everything together. So yeah, so we have a pink, which is somewhere here, I would say. I prefer to use colder pink, so we will be here. And then I may use a violet for shadows, or maybe blues. And for sure I want to have some greens over here, but they would be desaturated. So I think that I will go like this on the color wheel. And I'm not sure yet. personally prefer to have all of the information like decided and set up when I start. With this one, I want to have a little bit more fun, so I will experiment. But I think that I will stick to like this half of the color wheel, and I will have either blue or violet shadows with yellow highlight coming from this side, and I don't know, maybe OSL coming from this side, and the OSL could be blue, but I am not sure. Also, I wanted to do a magical smoke, so maybe I should avoid doing the OSL because OSL is very strong idea, and this would be very strong idea. And sometimes it's not worth overdoing the strong ideas because first of all, the painting would be too complicated and too tiring for me, and second of all, if you have too many strong ideas put in one painting, they may actually create like the chaos for the viewer, and nobody will be nobody aside you won't be able to understand what's going on in the painting and what you wanted to achieve. So maybe I will skip the OSL, or maybe I will just add some slight OSL later, I will see. And I will do like this magical smoke. I want to do, of course, the smoke to have stars, and to maybe it could be maybe warmer pink, slightly warmer pink. Until I could do a galaxy smoke. That could be cool, right? So different colors. Then pink skin. The clothing could be like this violet, like on the like bluish violet, like on the illustration maybe. And then something crazy in her eyes, I think. Or maybe she could have some cool war paints over here. Yeah, galaxy smoke is definitely cool. Yeah, I will do the galaxy smoke. Oh, and also I could do the galaxy shadow. What do you think, guys? I could do like the smoke with this bluish, I don't know, shadows in behind, and also do the violet blue shadows with galaxy basically, and from the front she would look a little bit like the gods from Magic the Gathering, where they have like those stars visible in the shadows, and the lighting from this side would make her normal in a way, so the surfaces visible from this side would be like standard surfaces, and from over here we would have like this magic dream state. Yeah, I think like this is the direction I will follow. So yeah, we have the miniature plant. It didn't took that long. So I can start sketching. Maybe I should. I think that the white sheet of paper won't work that great as the background. I will see how the colors will work together. Let me cut the paper. This is the idea that speaks to you. Go with it. Yeah, it does speak with me to me, and also I love painting stars, so I will do it. Which side is the correct side? I have no idea. Let's tell. Let's say that this one. And what did you use for the white? Airbrush. Yeah, I did just airbrush. And just some white paint. Random white paint. It doesn't matter which one, actually. Added some flow improver into it. So the precision cutting, perfect. So this is the wet palette. For the start of the project, I need to find the right colors. Okay, I like this one. Actually, I really like this paint from Fantasy and Games. And also AK Interactive is also a sponsor of the stream, so their paints are pretty cool, but from AK I actually prefer Abteilung heavy bodies. Yeah, so I will be painting mostly with them, but there are some other additions like this pretty color from Fantasy and Games, and I really like this blue. Some black. I will take this one because I like it a lot also. And again, sponsor of the stream is Neko Galaxy / Inno Kingdoms. I will post the links in a second. For sure I need some magenta. I will take this purple, but I'm not sure if I will use it. Oh, I like using also this paint. Yellow for the highlight. I'm not sure if I will use all of this paint. I'm just trying to eliminate some of the yellow off. I may use it. Maybe this one. Paint's great. I actually like this this paint a lot. Oops. Ultramarine, yeah, we need it. Primary red? No, yuck. I really dislike painting with red. Ooh, dark violet, this is a must. And primary blue, we may use it, or we may not. And white. White. Green, I thought that I already have one. Okay, so I will start with those and let's put something on my wet palette. I have to look. Artemis is demanding pets and plays. Please, pet Artemis. Oops. Too many paints on my desk. 1 second. Okay, a little bit of black. Of course, violet, because we are starting with a lot of violet. And now I think that it's too dark. Not this one. Okay, let's put some purple over here. Some amethyst. Do you sell your minis? The painted one? Hey Dr. Flink. Yeah, you may buy some of my painted miniatures, and I also sell my like not now. I will be selling my all bust. Like this one. So this will be unpainted kit, but in the future, not right now. Yeah, but I sell my painted miniatures. Right now I have for sale painted Mandalorian. You can find him on my Instagram. And also, like, when I will finish Silvestris, she will be probably for sale if you are interested. Just DM me on Instagram if you like any of my works. DM me on Instagram, and I can sell it. Okay, so this color, I think that it's kind of similar to ultramarine blue, but it has a little bit more coverage. So I will use it for the base coats, base coating, because ultramarine has a very it's kind of sheer. It doesn't have that good coverage, and this paint, I think, that has some additives to create the stronger stronger coverage, but you can see or you cannot, like this paint, because of those additives, at least this is my theory, is a little bit desaturated, and this ultramarine blue has and this has good coverage, and this one is very saturated but has low coverage. So I will try to supplement the ultramarine with this color from Fantasy and Games, but there is no name because it faded away with time. Okay, magenta, of course, why not? I like to put most of my colors on my wet palette when I start the project, because this way I can see if I like them together. If I don't like one of the colors, I just won't use it, even though it's on my wet palette and in theory I kind of wasted the paint, but they usually look slightly different on the wet palette than like in the bottle. So I sometimes just have to put them out, basically. Primary blue, do I need it? I may not need it, but I will put it here anyway. And then we have Falto green and turquoise. Okay, and let's see how it goes. I hope that the sketching will have any kind of success rate. Okay, go away paints. And my highlight color. So, Stanera Yellow from Sky 75. Let's do this. So here we have the colors. It looks like this. The blues kind of dominate over here. Also, this is slightly more violet in real life. The blues kind of dominate the paint, the wet palette at least, but we'll see how it works. Here we have a little bit of green. So the green should do some nice shenanigans. Not this one. I need slightly used Kolinsky brush, so this one. And I'm using Rosemary & Co. Series 33. Cannot see the name. Series 33. Nope, nothing. Rosemary & Co. Series 33, number 1. This is my favorite, actually. And give me a second, I will just link Inu and Neko in the chat again. Okay, here you go. Okay, starting to paint. Let's do some dabbing. We will have pink skin for sure, so I can start with sketching in a little bit of pink into the skin. I will start with this. This is not the skin color, but I really want to put it in somewhere. Okay, so violet for the shadows, pink for the base tone. Not this intense, slightly less intense. Maybe a little bit of this. Ooh, nice. It will be great to see your take on this one. I think it's kind of missed your explanation, but are you going to do stars? Yes, I'm doing the stars. The plan is to do a nice shadow from this side and strong light source coming from this side, and the shadow, like the lighting, will make her look realistic. Like the all of the surfaces that are strongly lit will be realistic, and all of the shadowed area will be blue and basically night sky. So in a past I painted like this dancing girl, like this naked woman basically. You can see her on my Instagram, and she had one realistic side, and then the other side was stars and constellations. This one will not have constellations, very sadly, or at least if it will have some constellations, they will be very small, but I think that it will overcrowd the painting. But she will have stars in the shadows. Yep. So maybe this the smoke could be a little bit like Star Night. We'll see. Yes, so I will. This is the. Okay, I need to focus. Give me a second. Do I like it, or I kind of don't like this mix. Okay, so something like this maybe. I really like your galaxy on Guinevere. Yeah, I like it a lot too, and I will do something similar over here. Do I care that I repeat my ideas? No, because I really like them. So I will repeat them until I will get bored with them. Okay, so I will start with the skin tone. I think that this is too realistic skin tone. I want it a little bit slightly more saturated. Oh, I will use this one, maybe. This is a good color for saturating because it's transparent. So it saturates nicely. More pink. I will sketch the skin tone first. Okay, this is a like clothing. So here we have the butt cheeks. Thank you for the follow. Sorry. Hello, and do you have a bit more working time with the Abteilung compared to AK Gen? No, I don't think so. I think that the working time may be a little bit shorter if you don't water the wet palette enough, because they are thicker. So if they are left without any kind of like moisturizing in between, like for example your painting sessions, or if the air is very dry, they will dry up faster than AK third gen, because because of the fact that third gen is more wet. But I don't mind it because I tend to change my wet palette every painting session anyway. I also think that gluing everything together will bite me in the ass while painting this one, but we will see how much I will regret it. Do you have experience in painting already painted anime models? It is worth to repaint, remove paints. I don't think that you can, like, it depends. my information is that you cannot remove the paint, or it's very hard to remove the paint, because this is like, usually they use some kind of like factory grade paint, so they are not that easy to remove. I've repainted a painted model, like the factory model. I can link it to you. It's actually a cool project. Just give me a second to find it on Instagram. So yeah, you can repaint it, but sometimes if the quality of the model is very low, you may need to scrap the paint in some areas, or clean it up with clean it up with some sanding paper, for example. I had Zatanna model from DC, from some kind of like magazine or something like that, and the painting was very bad. It was very heavy, and how do you strip all the paint off if you mess up? I don't strip my paint when I'm painting. I actually sometimes, if I don't like something and there is too thick paint, so for like too thin layer of paint, or I know something is actually like sticking to the miniature in the paint because I don't know, I didn't notice it, or it just fell in or something like that, I will just take the scalpel and either cut it off or scrape it off. Yeah. Also, if I don't like something, as long as you are not using basically like construction paint or like texture paint on your miniature, which is meant to create texture, the acrylic paint is, if you are doing like the correct layers, so not creating your own texture, the painting is so thin that you can repaint it without removing the paint. Is it possible to strip the paint off, or would it mess up the mini? Of course you can strip the paint off. It can mess up the miniature if the stripper is too strong, or if you keep the miniature too long in the stripper. So for the resin miniatures, they may become bristle, or they may actually become like rubber-like, and it's very easy to break the parts off if you put them in the stripper for too long. So yeah, but I personally prefer the approach of not being afraid to repaint anything. So if I don't like something, I will just repaint it without removing the paint. And just don't use too thick coats of paint, so like you won't create your own texture. If you didn't create the texture, it means that you didn't change the miniature basically, and you can just overpaint the thing that you've painted. Also, the painting usually is stronger than the sculpt, especially when it goes for highlights and shadows. So it doesn't really matter if you change slightly the painting, because if you will paint it in a correct way that complements the sculpt, the change of the volumes won't be that visible, because with the correct lighting and shading you can create like illusion of surfaces being deeper, or for example being slightly moved to one side, or being disproportionate. So I wouldn't be that much worried with stripping the paint. Okay, bedtime for me, but we'll catch up on YouTube later. Have a nice stream. Hey, thank you for coming by, and thank you for the subscribe. The dancing makes masks them strong. Right on. Okay, so I should be ready for pain in the ass. It depends. Thank you for the follows. Can find my tiny fake barbed wire. You have to create one. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the cheer. Okay, sorry. Yeah, basically whoosh. So yeah, Łukasz, in general, you are like a good painter enough to be able to overpaint the shitty painting, basically. And just look on the miniature I linked earlier. It looked really bad before, and I just basically I decided to resculpt her feet because they were like, you know, I didn't like the shoes. So I did new ones, but then I just scraped some paint where exactly I could very well see that it's just like water falling the miniature and obscuring some detail. But everything else was, you know, I just could paint over it, so I painted over it and it looked fine. So don't over stress about it. And you know, you can because like the painted miniature, I would actually start with priming over it again, so and paint it again. Wash it, prime it, start the painting. If you would decide that okay, the surface is has in like the miniature in some parts has too thick painting, like the previous painting, you can just take the scalpel and basically scrape it off even when you have the primer already on your miniature, because you can always, the areas that were scraped over or maybe sanded down, usually you can just reprime them. As long as you are not using like primers like from Vallejo, because they tend to like, they are a little bit rubber, so if you will break their surface, they may roll up and it may be hard to fix the continuity of the surface of the primer. But if you have like the normal primers that are like basically sticking to one surface and they stay in place, you can just cut part of the miniature, reprime it, and there is nothing visible. Yeah, hi Tua. Was that Andy? Because I was wondering if it's you. So yeah, never be afraid to cut up your miniature, basically. This is my motto. I'm not sure about the fur, but I think that it will be darker. Also, where is Payne's Grey? I didn't add it, but I would paint her base of her. Here it is. I would do Payne's Grey, or maybe I shouldn't. Okay, I will decide later. But the clothing, I think that it should be dark, like on the box up. Usually hormonal community is matte. Okay. Cool. It's I'm happy that he joined. Okay, painting. Focus on me. I will jump into the shadow right now. Maybe mix those two colors together and sketch some of the bluish shadows. I think that she will have less of the starry shadow over here to keep it more realistic, and then she will be over flooded with the starry shadow everywhere else. I think that I will really regret gluing everything together later. I will just base coat the shadow with this bluish violet, to know where exactly I want to put the starry violets, and then I may repaint it in a different color, like the galaxy color or something like that. I will see. What is the name of that bluish purple? This one or this one? This is primary blue from Abteilung. This is dark violet also from Abteilung, and this is ultramarine from Abteilung, and this is I don't remember the name, like I know some magical blue from Sky 75 Fantasyland games. And for the longest time, this was my favorite blue, actually. And right now I'm mixing primary blue with dark violet, mostly. Always wanted to paint some smoke and do a magical smoke. For that purpose, I've bought a weird knob shaman from Warhammer, and then I lost it during the move, and I was like, I again searched my whole workshop yesterday for it, and I just cannot find it. So I suppose that I will have to buy it again. It basically teleported out of my ownership during the move, sadly. Oh, sorry, I'm in such a frustrating position right now. I took so much inspiration home with me from Monty. There's 4 big projects I really want to get going at, like big cooperation projects. Unfortunately, I also caught COVID. Home with me, so I'm about as creative, capable as dehydrated jellyfish. You can get the cat. You can sit in chair. If you're able to, and you can just spend your time doing like and planning your projects, and then when you will get better, you can just get into like rushing for the completion. Do you think that this is a viable solution to you? But I hope that you will get better soon, and that the COVID is not like this very exhausting one. Also, it's not a beach post because, you know, COVID is kind of bad, so I can understand that you may want to what's his name? Vent, right? I am here to listen to you. No worries. I mostly been compiling reference material, but really my head is just not up to much, except of course discharging crazy amounts of snot. Yeah, sorry. maybe you could use your head for consuming some cookies, and maybe they would make you feel better. I would do that if I was ill. I hope that you will get well soon, and like sometimes this frustration of not being able to create actually motivates you for creating. So maybe it will work like that for you. At least I hope so. You used the head today for sushi, that didn't make things better. Yep, it usually works. I used my head today for burgers, and that worked well for me as well. Definitely recommend this use. Okay, I think that part of the tree will be like this cloudy starry sky as well, but maybe not all of it. I'm not sure. I think that if not all of it will be like the same kind, it may be not easy to understand for the viewer. We will see. But the easiest method is to paint everything from the side in this starry sky. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm past the worst. Today is way better than yesterday, and that was better than the one before. So only a few more days and I'm back up and running. And when did you feel the COVID power working on you? How many days after coming back from Monty? So actually, how many days ago? Yeah, I just hope that it won't work badly on your memory and taste and stuff, like, because this is like the long-term COVID consequences are the worst. I think that I had COVID once, just in the beginning. Or at least I think so. And I'm very, very lucky that I didn't catch it again. Oh yeah? Hey! Thank you, Morocco. Greetings from Poland. So it really sounds like you cut the COVID on Monty. But you didn't catch anything on after SMC, so at least you got away with one competition. And also pro tip from Inno Kingdom / Neko Galaxy. When you have like this trunk, it comes with flat roots, like roots laying flat on the base, and you can put it under the hot steam to bend them slightly down so they will look more organic. And I plan to, like, I bended them just slightly, and I want to bend them even more later. And welcome to Morocco. I would be happy to come, actually. I'm always happy to travel. Guys, I know I can use this yellow or like yellow green, pistachio green for the highlights. What do you think? Just make it slightly crazy. I think that I will follow this route. How big is scale 1 to 8? I found STL files. It's like you would. I think that Ignis art busts are 1 to 10, so 1 to 8 is slightly bigger, and then just think how big the torso and the legs would be for this kind of bust. Yeah, and honestly, our red trip is about the best possible way to get infected. We go 9 people to meet up with 600 plus people from all over the world, and after hugging and standing very tight for 2 days, and then we spent 48 hours in very small car room with bad ventilation. Yep, exactly. This is like the COVID incubation. Like, COVID gotta catch them all during the competitions. I went for Essenspiele, like the biggest board game event in Germany, like I think that in the world, and it happens in Germany 1 week before SMC. And then we went for SMC, and like I did catch COVID, but it was without any sorry. It was without any consequences for me, or I didn't catch it, and I was very like impressed that my organism was able to pull it off. Because our friends that stayed with us during SMC, one of them got COVID, so the COVID was somewhere. Yeah, I got a mirror from Morocco. Phone number. Are you sure that this is a good idea to paste your phone number on the stream? Yeah, Corona. I will remove the phone number just in case, okay? How can I modify it? I don't want to ban you. I just want to remove the message. I don't know. And now I don't know how to turn it off. Oh, okay, got it. Give it a sub. No. Okay, no idea. Hey. Yeah, no worries. I just don't want to like. I know that this is a smaller stream, but you know, I don't want you to have any issues with the phone number available for everyone. Okay, so to mark that this is the star area, I will paint some stars. The bad ones, but I will paint some, because I can. Got it. And I go to Spiel every year. I was that was my second trip, so it's hard to like say I go every year. But I was last year and this year, and I probably will go the next year. In particular, if my like the traveling companions will agree for a room in Essen. Because this year we got a room like 1 hour from Essen, and it was kind of tiring to first of all spend the whole day on the Essen Spiel. From like, I think we had to start traveling at like 8:30 or 9 to go to Essen for an hour, like an hour drive, then spend the whole day at Essen Spiel, and then spend another hour going back, plus some time for the shopping or ordering food. And we were back at home around 8 or 9 p.m. And it was kind of too much for me, so I hope that next year we'll get the Airbnb in Essen, so it will be much quicker and much time efficient. Have I ever visited Morocco? No, I haven't. But I've heard that it's a very beautiful country. You probably want to start looking for a room now. Then I hear that. Oh my god. Okay, so I will tell my boyfriend that we need to work out the plan for the next year already. It's kind of like Monte, right? I should go cook, but I don't wanna order order sushi or burgers. Be a lazy person today. Or do you want me to motivate you to move your ass? Then I can just tell you that just do it. Do it. Make your dreams come true and cook some meal. You okay? A professional told me it was okay. Yeah, so yeah, burgers. Do the burgers. Do the burgers. I can enable you in any way you want, especially when it goes to food. So just whisper me what direction you want to follow, and I will enable you in the right direction. Okay, here is the deal. I will order, but later do all my dishes. Yeah, exactly. Yep. This is very responsible approach. Meet yourself in the middle, right? Do you know a word in Arabic? No, I don't know a word in Arabic. Hey, thank you for the ride. Hey. Hey guys, we are painting Silvestris Smoker from Inno Kingdoms. You can see, like, this is this miniature, and this is the company, and this is the model, which I'm just starting to paint. And thank you for the ride. Thank you, Didi. I can stick around because I need to eat, but love your stuff, dude. Thank you. And bon appetit. I hope that you will have very healthy and healthy meal, and your tummy will be very happy. The Arabic language is easy, but I aspire to learn the English language well. Yeah, English is a very good language to learn, to speak, because you can communicate with a lot of people later. So just do it. It's reheated takeaway pizza. You know, it's a pizza. It doesn't matter if it's a reheated or if it is takeaway. It is a pizza. So I actually envy you. I would eat reheated takeout pizza without a blink. As I mentioned before on the stream, I did today workshops like during this weekend, so I finished the second day today. And yesterday we had the pizza for the dinner, and the workshops were great. People were fun, but I always look out for the pizza during the workshops, and it always makes my day better. So yeah, workshops cool, but pizza, this is the stuff, right? Pizza is still good the second time, and I am from New York, so my opinion counts totally for sure. Yep, I can agree. Like, I respect New York tradition with the pizza. Hey, Portland native, all right. Hello. At first I read that it's a Poland native at all. So we are kind of close, just some letters missing, no worries. Yeah. Workshop good, pizza great, got it right. The workshop pizza is the best one, actually. And again, if I would go to Monty, or when I will go, or maybe not World Model Expo because it's in France, not in Italy, but when I will go to Monty, I will be thinking mostly about the food and about the competition. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. You know, you've got quite pizza. If you can eat it the next day cold, and it's just as good as, if not better. Yep, exactly. I've watched a YouTube video that it's worth doing like a egg mixture and put it all over your leftover pizza, and then putting it into the oven for some time. And I've heard that this is a very good way to reheat the pizza the next day. Thank you for the highlight. We didn't highlight my message. Yep. What, there's a competition in Monty? I thought there was only food. You know, for some amateurs the competition matters, but for the real pros the food is the real goal in the whole travel. I'm really looking forward to traveling to Monty. And also Netherlands food was pretty good. Hey, bye bye, hey Complex. I spent 100 euro on pecorino. I think my food credentials are in order. You know, from Monty you got very nice memories and then some good food. So, and this is the good way to spend your money and time into travels. Okay, I feel like I need to set up some turquoise somewhere here. Turquoise, we have it on the wet palette, but it was invisible. So turquoise, where should I put it? I think that over here. Oh, okay, it took half the face, but it doesn't matter. And you can imagine that it's only in the eye. And then maybe over here, because I want to show that she's smoking the magic weed, and then she got empowered by it. So the eye is shining because the pipe is shining, and then I will have some of the stuff. So a little bit like the box art, but I don't want the smoke to be completely pinkish turquoise. But just slightly colored with different colors. So I suppose that we will take a nice gray color and we will color part of the smoke in more like this grayish tone. Which I was smoking magic weed, yeah. Magic weed will make this miniature look nice. Did you see Danilo's piece? I'm curious what you thought, although I have to admit I haven't even seen a picture of it. Danilo, you mean Cartacci? I'm not sure about the name and surname. Yeah, he's best in show. Actually occurred to me this year, the road trip thing that we do. We're basically having 2 vacations back to back. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is food tourist vacation to Italy. Thursday to Sunday it's a miniature. Yeah, that's why I want to have a longer trip the next year and have this food plus some sightseeing plus miniatures. And we wanted to go to a what is the name of the city, to see some what's the name, Caravaggio, like in real life, Florence, I think. Yeah, we wanted to go not by the Rome airport, but by the Florence airport, I think, and then travel to Monte by car. Spend some time studying quite closely. Do you want to like say something more about this piece, or you don't want to share like opinion publicly? I'm very curious how this historical piece compares to some of like this best fantasy paintings. Okay, she has like those sleeves on the art, but I will paint them as the skin. It wasn't my first pick for Best of Show. Yeah, I've heard some opinions from the other judge. I won't tell who. And I don't like the fact that, like, at least I have the notion that Monty is not very friendly for fantasy painters, and fantasy painting is in my opinion, again, it expanded and like evolved like a lot past like 15 to 20 years. And I don't think that it's that fair, and that historical miniatures are so forward on Monty, where fantasy painting is much more like, you know, explored and I don't know how to call it correctly, but I think that fantasy painting is much more like brave and more groundbreaking in some instances. And I don't kind of like it in Monty that it's still dominated by the historical miniatures and painting. It's kind of not that modern in my opinion. But I will still attend. Because of the food. Historical is a bit boring. Boo. Why boo? You prefer historical painting? Or did you want to scare me? Then I can go like, oh my god. One interesting thing I reflected on about the Bruno Cartacci piece, though, it's the first historical piece I've seen from old school models with painted on cast shadows, which is cool in its own right. Okay, the painted cast shadow is cool, but also like judging by the picture, it kinda looked a little bit like it wasn't executed like 100% correctly, in my opinion at least. So it was kind of interesting for me that Cartacci, of course, won Best of Show, where, you know, not every element was perfect. And, you know, it's like, wow, you did the cast shadow so forward thinking, or, you know, inventive, but it's inventive for historical painting. And I know historical painting is good mostly for the like texture, execution, stuff like that, complicated compositions, which usually are created by the sculptor. So they are not like this groundbreaking and that innovative, and I don't know. As you can see, I'm not a big fan of like this old school stuff taking over everything. And that's say, you know, I respect like everyone's work and stuff like that, but also it's like favorization of Danilo Cartacci's works for most of Best of Shows, where like most in the like bigger competitions, Best of Shows is like kinda also disrespectful for some of the more evolved fantasy painters. So it's kinda, you know, I know that it's not that good to talk about, but I don't care that much. I may offend someone that I don't respect the masters, but also like I think that by favoring the masters and like keeping fantasy painting like behind, the historical judges and stuff like that kind of don't respect the fantasy painters, so I don't care. If you make a piece with one very loud effect, that one effect needs to be spot on, and it wasn't. Yeah, exactly. Are the results online like a gallery? I don't know. I know that for other competitions they were publicly available. I'm not sure if Monty did that. Do you know if the Monty pieces were online? I think that Cartacci was online because I saw it somewhere, but I'm not that much on social media, so I don't know where I saw it. Like, I know that my boyfriend showed it to me, but I don't know where he found it. He was like, okay, Cartacci won Best of Show, and I was like, oh really? I didn't expect it at all. Wait, art being opinionated and divisive? Never. It's, you know, it would be cool if it was opinionated in a like creative way, but it's more opinionated in a politic way, and it's not a good way for art to be opinionated, in my opinion. I just went and looked on his Instagram, it's there. And the old school way of doing military modeling is dying out, and rightfully so. It's been the fucking same for 30 years. They are just trying to hold on their crumbling power. It's solved itself, but I'm getting pretty fed up with the same brain that historical entries winning again and again. Yeah, I've heard from someone, I won't say who, because like from my perspective, where I started painting in like, I know I started interested, become interested in like bigger scales, like bigger scales for miniatures, so like 75mm for the full miniatures and 1:8/1:10 for busts. I became interested in that in like 2016 maybe. So like, I don't know, 8 years ago? How many? 16, 4 plus 3, 7 years ago. And at that point, it was hard for me to catch up on the historical, you know, histories of painters. So you have like right now, when you are a younger painter that is not that much into historicals and is not from Spain, where the Spaniards have their like those cult, you know, following, where the fantasy painters were learning from the historical painters, stuff like that. If you are not from Spain and you are living like somewhere like far away, and you don't have like this contacts to the guys that know guys, you have no idea, no way of finding out how all of this historical painting works, who was teaching who, what is the history of miniature painting, because there is no way of like finding it out in a miniature painting Wikipedia or something like that. You like, I had to ask some people, like on the competitions. I sometimes ask like organizers of different events how stuff began, or who is actually organizing something, because you never know. And hey Bugs. Yeah, Australia is I think too far away for my liking, and I actually prefer the Australian competitions than most of bigger European competitions. Your perception about Monty not being friendly to fantasy stuff is not right, though. Monty is getting more and more a fantasy show, and it's a very good place for both, but the way that two communities act and socialize are very different. Yeah, I meant like not like I didn't mean that Monty is not open for fantasy painters like in general, but fantasy painters have very limited options for winning best of show, for example. There is like, in my opinion, for like, I know I may be wrong, of course, but I don't think that anyone will be winning best of show, for example, next year in Monty from fantasy, because it will probably be again historical paintings, just because most of the judges are from historicals, and as you said, they are historical painting is not that you know, not that they are basically not evolving that much. So I assume, this is my assumption, right? So they are not open, for example, for our like fantasy interpretations, and that I think that choosing the, again, like this casted shadow from Cartacci and treating it as something groundbreaking kind of shows it, because people in fantasy are like repeating this concept all the time. And again, this is like my assumptions. I know nothing basically because I didn't attempt Monty even once. Okay, let me catch up with the chat. Andy is finally up early enough to catch me. Yeah, hey, thank you for coming by, Andy. Nice to see you here. Sorry to get things so heated. I was just curious. I haven't even been to a competition, so I was just curious people thoughts on it. But yeah, I was kind of expecting something more impressive and showy than that was. To play devil's advocate, maybe they are happy with the scene and sick of all these fantasy kids trying. Yeah, I think that this is like very. There are some guys that like the progress and want to adjust, and there are of course some people that like the things being the old way. And also, I think that this is why the historical painting is kinda dying out, and like there are some companies that are doing very interesting historical releases that are good for painting, and they are open for fantasy painters, so you can see that releases being painted by fantasy painters actually. And I think that in the future historical and fantasy painting will be mixed together. So the fantasy painters will be painting more historical because, you know, knights anyway, like archers, stuff like that, we love it. So we will enter the historical painting, but we will do the shitposting painting, not like this historically correct one the historical crowd prefers. Because for historical painting, you need to be, first of all, you need to do a quality painting, so you need to be technically very correct. And very advanced, but also you need to be historically correct. So you need to mirror the right colors, the right dyes for the clothing, for example, the right heraldry, stuff like that. You need to be historical, and this is a factor for historical painting. And for fantasy painting, the artistry is more important. So I think like the more fantasy painters will enter historical miniatures, the more the historical miniatures will refresh and be lively again, basically. Because, you know, like from my perspective right now, painting the historical miniatures in a correct way is more of like doing my homework than actually doing something fun. And I think that it kind of died out because it's like that for many different people, like many other people. Did you start this Minimancer? I think that Nalan started? Or Minimancer? No, Minimancer started it. Your perception about not being friendly. Yeah. Maybe they should have 2 best of show awards, 1 fantasy and 1 historical. Yeah, but I've heard, and actually Tue was on the competition. They have best of show. They have best of fantasy and best of historical, and actually judges from historical, where there is more historical categories, so there is more historical judges. The judges from the whole competition are picking up the best of fantasy. This is at least what I've heard. So I don't think that this is the correct approach. Last year, best of show was fantasy. Okay, so I arrest my guys. The one before was as well. In the past 8 years, it's been very even. I think actually fantasy is leading. It's been a very long time since a historical piece won best of painting, for instance. Okay, but anyway, as a painter, as a painter wouldn't feel very safe submitting like something like best of show worthy into the Monty. That friend Jared had glowing things to say about the Danes. I hope that Jared had a good time in Monty. Jared is very cool. I was lucky to meet with him on a scale model challenge, and also like he's the one. I know guys, don't know guys if you know, but he painted like this tea lady. She has a kettle on her head, and she's pouring a tea to one teacup, and there are like different teacups on the base of the bust, and the tea is just pouring from one teacup to another. Yeah, Veilam tea lady. Yeah, Jared is very creative, and I really like that from him. And because I coached Jared for two of his pieces, and I didn't know, like he didn't share of all of his pieces he was working on at the time, and then he showed me basically finished Tea Lady, and I was like, what the fuck, generally, like I was so impressed with the idea and the execution. It looks like I did some airbrushing before adding the blue shadows to the back with a brush. Is there a reason you choose not to apply the shadows with an airbrush to save a little time? Sorry if you already explained this before I joined. I didn't explain it, and I just don't like working with the airbrush. Also, I actively choose to paint most of my miniature with a brush because I feel that this is more of a controlled process for me, and this way I have to do more conscious painting. So for me, like enough personal, this is my opinion, this is my way of working. It doesn't like adjust to other people's process. For me, using airbrush is putting paint on the miniature in a uncontrolled way, so it eliminates my artistic input. And for me, the full artistic input is where you are consciously doing the brush strokes and choosing how to do stuff, because even if you do it like maybe physically incorrect, because airbrush is basically using physics to just brush on some colors. So for example, it's very easy to bring up the correct lighting and highlighting on the miniature with an airbrush, because you just need to be careful enough to like do a nice layer of white. I find that, and this is like, this usually reflects very well the light shining from one direction, stuff like that. I personally think that doing a observation on references, also a reference, maybe a horizontal lighting, which I'm using, and then trying to reflect it with your painting, and maybe doing some mistakes, but just putting the paint consciously by your brush on the miniature is the effect of your working brain and your ideas, and you are putting in a way that you basically like as a artist. So I want to do it, like I want to do everything by myself. I sometimes, very rarely, use airbrush for maybe fixing the blending. If, for example, I have a miniature that was not designed for a like proper miniature painting. So, for example, if it's STL with sculpted texture on, because the texture actually makes the blending harder, because the layer of paint is not even. So I sometimes may come in with the airbrush to just even out the blending I wasn't able to do with the brush. And even then I don't like it because it's kind of artificial for me. So yeah, this is like my approach. Pujo, what did you say, Pujo? Can I sum that open thread? Didn't Pina get best of show for sculpture one year? Yes, he did. I was on the judging panel that year, and the second place was yet another Cartacea Bruno piece. But like, going back to the Monty, I didn't want to make it too boring. I just don't like the fact that you have majority of the historical judges that are like influencing the fantasy painting, where they not always maybe understand it or respect it in a way, or just maybe, even understand it in a like completely neutral way. had to go along for the ride on the TLIT, we had lots of late night one-on-one hangouts. So it was a cool project, right? He did so well, very proud of him and all his effort. Yep, me too. I'm very impressed with his progress as well. Like he, even before he had like very cool ideas, and I respected and liked it a lot. And now he worked more on his technique, and I think that the traveling to Europe for having some workshops and coachings is very good for him, because actually sitting down with someone and seeing how the people work is different than working on via the internet, right? So I think that the trip was pretty precious for his process. Okay, why my chat is not working? Not cool. Like chat on the stream, I cannot see it, or is it working? I'm not sure. I will see later. Andy, you also inspired me to do some good work on meme creating. What meme? Please link it in the chat. Yeah, he has eye for atmosphere, and also he has like those crazy ideas that are totally bonkers. Who this? We are talking about Jared Clifford. It's JC Paints on Instagram. He did some very cool paintings this year. Party Monday doesn't tell bugs. Why does Andy hate me? Okay, yeah. Very good meme. Yep, this is the guy. The question was, is the guy that made the psychedelic ant? And yep. We actually did it on our coaching, and when Jared described me the idea, I was like, it may be hard to pull it through, but he was successful, and big respect for that. Also, I love the idea. I think that she will be that she will have white fur. What do you think, guys? Jared is a guy that comes up with this kind of idea where I just listen to them and I go like, why didn't I think of it myself? So big props for him. Yeah, he is. Also, Jared has a very lovely family, and we met with him him and his wife in Amsterdam, and we had a very cool day. So my experience with historical judges as a whole have been very good. When voting, people are generally pretty mixed. You would see historical judges voting for fantasy pieces and vice versa, so it's not so much about the judges being incompetent or stuck in their way. To me, the issue is that the merits you look for in figures as a military modeler judge tend to be very different, and when it comes to models with a military flavor, a bunch of old rules just take over. Like, I don't have like anything against historical judges in general, because they are usually very nice to me, right? But I don't know, I don't like the state of like this. First of all, I don't like the state and the mechanics of competitions in general. I just value them as a way to display the miniatures and meet with people and see the other people's stuff. But I don't know, I just don't like the state of like this general, like the competitions and having no art exhibitions for miniature painting. I don't know, it's kinda yeah. And then when it comes to judging, actually I know that even when you have the competition with the just fantasy judges, even they are like, you know, mixed with in the opinions and merit, as you said. So when it's hard to, you know, have like to, I don't know, to talk over one merit for the whole judging of the whole competition, when it's hard to do it with fantasy judges who share like similar, you know, like artistic painting rules, or they want to follow or something like that, is hard. Then doing it with the fantasy, the historical guys, maybe even harder. And you know, like I'm not saying that the historical judges are assholes, because usually they are very nice people, but I just don't think that everything gels out that well. He sent you skeleton memes every morning when he was in Europe, that how we're figuring out what time it was there. Why can't we just love both? We need to come together. We are working on exhibition elements for Australia. Yeah, I want to work on exhibition elements in Europe, but I will see how it works out, because the hardest part is to find the place for the exhibition. I agree, but it's kinda hard when also with the time change. I was like in Australia for some time, and in theory I knew how the time, you know, zones work, but after I came back and like some months have passed, I just got disoriented totally. I have very big issue understanding what time is where, and for example, where we were setting up the timing for the painting calls, let's call it like that, it was very hard for me to figure out like how much time we potentially have, like to, you know, wiggle with the timing, stuff like that. But luckily there are some websites on the internet to check out the time zones, so they are very helpful. I agree, but it's kinda hard when the fantasy gang would really like things to be super cool and different in 10 years time, and the slowest 60% of historical modelers would like miniatures in 10 years time to look like they did in the 70s. I also think that the fantasy community is more open and more tolerant for like other people's ideas and interpretations and creativity. And like, I don't know, on World Model Expo last year, on the award ceremony, it was kinda, for me it was telling, where in the historical categories, when someone was, you know, called to the stage because he won something, everyone was like, and with the historical, everyone was cheering and going, wow, woo-hoo, just, you know, having fun and being supportive. So I think like this two approaches that makes the fantasy painting more open environment for every kind of painter, basically. It doesn't matter if it's historical or is it a fantasy. And also there are a lot of like good like fantasy painters that actually do very nice and progressive historical painting, like for example Kirill or Magnus or John Chan, right? Chris Sure did a very good piece, I think, with the I think it was War Photographer or something like that. I'm pretty sure Chris Sure did something in the vibe of historical. And you know, it really is not important if it's a historical or fantasy miniature, but kinda it's very important for the historical guys. I understand this challenge. It comes from a lack of recruitment in historical painting. New painters are the lifeblood of art. Having less and less new painters enter the space equals less and less new takes and young artists challenging the norm. I'm not sure. Like, maybe new like people painting miniatures like in general, they maybe prefer to have some fun with fantasy painting, and then when they go into like historical forums, and I am not saying that every historical space is like that, but from my experience it's like you did something like incorrect in a technical way, like when preparing your model, or you painted something in like not historical way, then there may be an issue under your post. Hey Sergio. Sergio's from Spain. Hey Sergio. Or Sergio. Sergio, I think. Or Sergio. How should, like, type 1 or 2 in the chat. Sergio or Sergio. Well, deliberate, it comes from modelers gatekeeping, discouraging newness, and being extremely rigid in their general approach and adherence to old truths, leading to poor recruitment. Yeah, and some time ago I spoke with one of the guys that are doing the historical miniatures, and he has very open mind. He wants to be friendly for the fantasy painters who don't want to do the homework with finding out the correct colors and textures for the historical paintings. So he had some very cool ideas how to make everything more progressive, and I think that actually you can see some of the models are switching more to like this progressive way of being like more modern in general, and the releases being more interesting. So there are some guys from the historicals that are open-minded and want to do something interesting, and they will be successful in the future. I think the fresh blood will want to cling to them, in my opinion. The second is Italian. So I'm kinda correct, but in the wrong country. I would be correct in Monte San Savino then. All symptoms of fear of change, I think that's the next progression in historical. And honestly, it means, like, I think that, again, this is not something I actually found out on my own, but I've heard that a lot of, like, older historical competitions are, like, dying out a little bit. And for me, it's just, ironic that historicals are, like, dominating fantasy painters in Monte San Sabino, for example, as the numbers of judges. And honestly, it means that every creative person who entered military miniatures the past 30 years either left models altogether or went to fantasy, so that gatekeeping probably have led to even more free thinking in the fantasy camp. Yeah. And I paint enough historical subject matter but have no interest in research and accuracy. Yeah, I did like some work from like not competition but commission on the historical, and I like kinda knew that I have to work like in this correct reference way, and it wasn't that fun for me. Basically, I wanted to be correct because it was like a challenge for me to do something different, but I just prefer to have my expertise with painting and doing some creative and like finding the interpretation than actually being like, okay, correct. I've painted this very big complicated texture on this very big rack that is covering this very big mounted model. Thank you for the follow. You're doing it wrong. Sorry, couldn't help it. Andy. I also think that, for example, in the competitions, fantasy models, like not models, but the figures should be judged in the same categories as fantasy. because it's not really about the topic, but it's more about like the artistic merit, stuff like that. And for example, I would like to paint some stuff from Fair Miniatures or even Sky 75 did like those cool two busts of like the one guy that he's thinking and he's sitting like that, and then was like some kind of, I don't know, a swordsman. And I would like to take like the archer from Fair Miniatures, and I would like to paint him as a Cupidin, for example, and that would be something fun for me. I really like that Mark Mascalans got, I think that, I don't remember what exactly, was it gold in historical bus in Monty for his girl with the for his concert girl. The bus is called Joy, I think. So yeah, it was a like historical fantasy miniature. And on contrast, I put my Południca in historical category as well, just for shit and giggles. And I won gold, but again, historical in contrast is kinda empty and dead, so it wasn't that much that big of a how to call it, like a challenge. I just wanted to troll a little bit. Pack your bag and gear and make it the journey. Yeah, the journey is fine, but the 20 to 40 hours in the plane is not that fun. Like 20 is like the quickest way and the most pricey one. Put a Space Marine in historical, just use a Wiki Space Marine. Like the irony in historical is like they want everything to be very correct, but even some of the historical miniatures are not correct because sometimes sculptor mix stuff, and for example there is a knight from 15th century and he has some part of gear from like 16th century or like 200 years back, for example. So I don't know, it's just I don't like it. It's like doing your homework for the history lessons, and doing the homework is not that fun. I think that if someone will decide that he's inspired enough to paint a 15th century knight, he may either be inspired by his history and he doesn't need to do more homework about the knight, or he may be inspired to know the history of the miniature, and he may actually be triggered to look up some even articles on Wikipedia, or maybe start being passionate about history this way, and just being very stubborn into researching the stuff and doing everything correctly is just not productive. The New World, you do know what happened to the ingenious people in the first New World. Oh. Tough topic. We weren't supposed to go into politics anymore, even though I'm still coming back to it. Okay, so why white fur? I need to come up with a nice white. I think that the white will be kinda violet white. So I will take this and I will add a little bit of this. Mix. Mix some more. And more over here. And a little bit of this. Do I like it? Not sure, but I may. Plop. Paint. Okay, I like it. Honestly, historical is already changing and it's changing fast. I love piling on, but it was significantly different this year at Monty that it was before. There was much more free thinking stuff in the displays, probably 60% or so were soldiers, the rest was all kinds of other stuff. Hallmark won the historical platinum. Platinum, even better. Meaning that he nearly won best of historical. Yeah, and also I'm very opinionated and I'm talking about stuff, about the competition I didn't attend even like to this day. I hope to do it like next year. I don't know, I just think that I'm a very spicy woman and I just like to be opinionated, and if I don't like something I will just speak about it, trying to be at least a little bit, fair, but also biased a little bit. Also, I may be a little bit triggered by the fact that, from my perspective, all of the older historicals not all of the old historicals, there are some pieces in both in fantasy and in heroes historical, and that make me icky. And they, in the beginning, at least as far as I know, because again, it's very hard to find information about the history of miniature painting. The fantasy was born out of historical painting, and there were first companies. Please correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I will read it for the VOD. I think that it was like this. We had a lot of companies creating the historical models, and then they started creating more of fantasy stuff. But it was very Conan the Barbarian plus over sexualization of women, because it was product created by men for men. And we still in 2023 have a lot of this old artifacts of this beginnings, which weren't, in my opinion, and I am a young woman, they weren't very tasteful, and I as a young painter have to hustle with the fact that there is a lot of over sexualization and stuff like that, and a lot of stuff makes me go ugh. Yeah, and I just have extra PTSD, and I want to do extra ASAP changes, because I would really like to be, at least I think that in the next 50 years of miniature painting it will be more open and more for me, basically. And right now everything is changing, historical is changing, fantasy is changing, but it's still a little bit of a very men's club for me, with a lot of big titty ladies, basically. And I would prefer if everything was just more artistic and more open. That said, naked bodies are fine. I like naked women and naked men, both, especially if they are pretty, right? Because I'm just a normal human being. But just everything can be balanced and good. And in 2023, hey Jared, Jared just followed, and he's the guy that did the tree ant and the tea lady. Yeah, we were just complimenting you, Jared, before I started again ranting about yucky things in miniatures. Yeah, so I, as a woman, may be more opinionated and maybe not completely fair for some of the historical stuff and stuff like this, because I personally perceive it as the source of my negative hustle in this sphere I try to operate in. It's changing, but it's not because the old guys are changing their minds, it's because they slowly drift away or die, and there's the more room for new people. Yeah, I honestly didn't want to tell it aloud, to say it aloud. I wonder if the shift should be not calling it historical, just calling it a real versus fantasy, or fiction versus not fiction. But it should be just miniatures painting, or just painting, sculpts painting even. Because does it matter if something is historical or if it's not historical? Like, look at some models from Britannia, for example, from Warhammer, which is fantasy, and some of the Britannia stuff is like basically one-to-one copy of Landsknechts from medieval Germany, I think. So what is the line for fantasy and not fantasy? If I will take a historical piece and I will paint it fantasy, is it fantasy or is it not fantasy? Where should I submit it? So there shouldn't be any, differentiation. It should be just one painting, and people, and like all of those different categories. This is just artificial division created by the history of miniature painting, basically, and like this progressiveness or progress of people's thinking. I wonder if the shift should be not calling it historical. Okay, I got it. It goes as deep as story making as well. Hey Jared, all the big competitions are being very careful about changing anything about the historical categories, as even small changes means that a bunch of the old gang won't go again. They really fear that historical will be just empty. But it will be empty anyway, right? It's getting empty. The way it makes sense. Unfortunately, people are afraid of change. Avoiding work, Jared, very good. I don't know that it's entirely bad. It's artificial interest. As long as the schools of thoughts, the merits we look for remains as different as they are between historical and fantasy, it can be just one big category. Yeah, exactly, but like that's why when the new guys are creating new competitions, I like to just chime in and say that I personally think that you shouldn't create any historical categories, just create one open category for as much thing as you can fit together in a reasonable way. Also, on the competitions, I'm dying of boredom when I have to wait through like 15 categories for standard and master for everyone to be just read aloud, called to the not scene but to the podium, whatever, and having the medals, handed out. It's so boring. I'm dying of boredom. I don't want to see it. I'm happy for the people winning, but I also think that the competitions would have more renown if like the categories were cut in half, and also the medals would be cut in half, because later people just come out and say, oh wow, we had like 30 bronze winners in master. So and also I respect that everyone who is doing their own competitions is actually doing their own competition, and I'm not doing those competitions. So this is just my opinion again. As long as the schools of thoughts, the merits we look for. Okay, I got it. Stage, exactly. I will start just showing you stuff I want to tell, and you can guess, and then I will start doing points for my followers, guessing as many words I am forgetting in English. Give it some time. Figure painting is maybe 100 years old. The past 10 years have brought a shit ton of changes, and everything is changing faster and faster. We'll get there eventually, we're just not there yet, so we have to accept the historical circle jerk a little longer. I kinda don't care. My life is running out, basically, so, I understand everything, but I kinda don't feel I don't feel that I need to adjust to everything. Especially if there is like a circle of old guys that don't respect me, or don't respect the stuff I want to do, or the stuff they don't. For example, they prefer to have products that are basically I will be going too far with this stuff, right? But all of this over-sexualized stuff comes from like the older, you know, like uncle shit that was popular like and tolerated 15 years ago, for example. And I don't feel fine with it. I don't feel like it's okay for myself. I don't feel like this whole miniature painting space is 100% for a younger woman. Like younger, I'm 30 years old, so I'm not sure as how young it is. But you know, I don't feel okay with it. And like a woman 20 years old, so 10 years younger, wouldn't feel with it probably either, wouldn't feel okay with it probably either. And imagine a girl 16 years old coming into this hobby and trying to find like cool models, and she's basically finding only or mostly like over-sexualized booby barbarians. So, and I know that again, even fantasy painting is changing and we are having like more and more cool releases, but you know, I entered like 5 years ago or 7 years ago. Like I started miniature painting 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I think. 5 or 6 years ago, I became interested in bigger scales, and then we didn't have like that rich. We had a lot of miniatures to pick up from, but there was more than it is now. Like this old uncle shit miniatures that are over-sexualized, like way too more. And right now it's better, but there are a lot of artifacts from the time from before, and it's like you can still find them in the store. So it's like, please guys, cut it out, please. We have 2023, maybe. I understand that you are 100 years old, but maybe just, you know, adjust to the fact that women are not closed in their kitchens anymore, please. Also, I find it kind of interesting when people from, like, let's say other countries than Poland are impressed that in Poland we have a lot of women miniature painters. Like, wow, you're actually letting your women out from the kitchen and they have their own interests. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, it's fine that you want to welcome more and more women into miniature painting, but then maybe make more like women-friendly miniatures, or actually make the whole stuff more open, so women would feel more like engaged into everything and they would actually want to paint some stuff. And right now most of the women that want to paint miniatures are mostly into fantasy, and you know, in general there's not that many girls playing Warhammer, for example, as there is men. Yeah, he's laughing at me. She loves when I'm brutal. Yeah. Smash, smash, smash. Arr. Say hi from me, Andy. Or I can... Hey, yeah. Hey, Tempest. Get them. Yeah, I'm gonna smash all of the old guys that like boobies. Rawr. Hey, Jared. Jared, you were lucky enough to hear my rant. Women will be making more miniatures for women in the next 10 years. I don't care about fucking 10 years. I want it now. It's like 2023. I'm 33 years old. My life is running out. I don't want to wait for men to finally catch up with everything. Okay? Am I understood? Waving. Chat pause due to scroll? What scroll? Oh, I had new messages. Okay. You know my opinion. Agree with you on both competitions and on the choices of miniatures, but we unfortunately can either accept the status quo or take active action to change it. I'm taking active action. Okay, I'm doing my own miniatures and fuck everything else. or take active action to change it. We both work to change things, but we can do everything, and unfortunately you can't shame people into having better taste. I'm not trying to shame people, I'm just open about giving zero facts about people not giving facts about me, okay? I think that it's fair. And it may be me, but you know, if I am to paint something, then it should be about myself, finding myself in the miniature space. So I will go me a little bit, because you know, I need to find something for myself sometimes, right? Yes, I am the fresh air in the stale environment. I will change everything, vote for me. I won't build any walls though, you can believe me. Yes, this motto is pretty sexualized, but again, I'm okay with like stuff being sexy, because again, I like when people are sexy. This model also is fun to paint for me. And she has like small boobies, for example, and there was time where a lot of historical like producers of historical miniatures, or there were even some dedicated companies producing just pin-up girls for historical painting, and they were also fantasy, where there was like a girl with completely naked without any clothes and like with these boobs, like even this big boobs, and you know, it wasn't tasteful in any way. This I can show to my niece, or to my male niece, I don't remember the name, nephew, and his mother wouldn't be offended for me showing this to him. And let's just say that 10 years ago or 50 years ago, the different state of female miniatures was more prevalent. Inspires lead and mentor to future. Yeah, that's the 10 years ahead of us. Did you just call me stale? I didn't call you stale, or maybe Andy did. My daughter to JC's daughters. Okay, yeah, Andy, you have a small daughter, right? Like maybe not so small, she's quite big, but like not, you know, but in Polish I would say that she's big as the age goes. So you have like, you are more informed about like little girls in the space, what you would give them to paint. I actually like, for example, like bold miniatures a lot, because they are creating just the stuff I would like to paint. Also, I want to paint it. I paint a lot of babe models, but I absolutely agree, it's a bit much, and it's a shame that so often it's like granny or half naked babe. Yeah. Also, there is nothing bad about babes, it's just about like different stuff available on the market. And the issue about the babes in miniature painting was that at some point there were either Warhammer inspired models, Conan inspired models, Frazetta inspired models, Brom inspired models, and naked booby vulgar girls. So you know, you have like this, you could there is a lot of balance we all could achieve by just having more you know, more like rich stock of miniature we could pick from. And it's getting better and better. For example, like bold miniatures, they are like doing this stuff, and I think that the miniatures are perfect for the younger people. But it's changing very slowly, and there is nothing bad with like the booby fantasy girls, as long as they are like, you know, tasteful. And again, tasteful is something that everyone can be opinionated and maybe right in their own like right, because the taste and, you know, stuff like that changes from person to person, and I know that, I respect that, but we can discuss stuff when, and this discussion is like okay when everything is more balanced, and we just didn't have like any balance before. I'm not sure if I'm doing like, you know, if I'm in any way like reasonable right now. I hope that you can understand me, or at least my line of thinking. I got told to my face that women don't need to be in this hobby space. Yeah, fuck them. You know, I just hope that or whatever, I won't continue it, but fuck those guys. It was someone that probably felt very, very insecure about his position in miniature painting if he did this kind of comment. My next mini is Kingdom Death model pinup. Kingdom Death is fine because, you know, it knows, Kingdom Death knows what it is, it knows what it does, and also it's true to like itself, and it's kind of cool. Like, there is nothing bad with stuff being over-sexualized, because like being sexy, like, let's call it like that, being sexy is for most people normal part of their lives, and most people, I don't know, I will generalize, like it, or at least like it slightly. So it's okay to have like this, you know, area in the market, but also it would be good if everything of this kind was balanced with more balanced stuff, or more PC stuff, for example, because not everyone want to paint over-sexualized stuff. And for example, there is not that many, maybe like in past, let's say 3 years, there appeared more like models I could paint for my grandma, for example. And she's a lady that likes ballerinas, for example, like pretty ladies that are elegant. And I was painting like 5 years ago something for her, and finding something that would perfectly fit her wasn't that easy. So, you know, it's changing, but if men really wants to like drag their any kind of woman from their lives, or their daughter, niece, I don't know, wife, anyone, if they want to drag them into their miniature painting hobby, maybe having more like woman-friendly models, and this is like generalization, woman-friendly. There is a lot of men that would be happy to paint, for example, a nice ballerina. Like, having those models would be actually beneficial for this space, because it would bring more people into it, right? So, you know, just having a bigger market means that more people would find something for themselves, and not everyone wants to paint over-sexualized stuff, or even just sexy stuff, pinups. Yeah, it's fine that the pinups are on the market, but just having, like, you know, broader offer. I want more dab barbarians. The only that bots are that bots. Okay, I would actually paint that bot. I like that bot. I think a lot of the miniature choices issues will get solved by evolution of printers. Very soon, anyone can choose very freely the miniatures they want. The problem right now is that everyone in the industry knows that babes sell. Yeah, I agree, 300%. Babes and barbarians. And when they, and I don't know why, but goblins, they sell very well. And when they need to bet money on the idea till it'll just always nearly be the babe idea instead of the tomboy, they go with that part will severely diminish with. Yes, I agree. Gatekeepers are just the absolute worst. And on the SMC discussion panel, also, I think that you did very good, very like precise remark about the companies, or like in general the miniatures being cheaper, so they will be more available for parents wanting to drag their kids into this hobby, or even giving their kids miniatures to try out painting, because right now this is basically like a luxury hobby which isn't like the cheapest, and people don't want to spend like 50 euros for something their kid will just destroy. And companies producing on like, or like in general, like any kits being available for smaller kids to paint and just destroy, and being that said, being very cheap, will drag more people into this hobby. And but also like board games work this way because they are very available, and I think that they will introduce more and more kids into miniature painting. And when they need to bet money, the babe, tomboy, yeah. Gatekeepers are just the absolute worst. What I know, like that pretty wild, to open project, an opinion like that. The whole discussion here is very wild. Sammy says, thanks for the support, it really made a ripple in my social environment, that's for sure. Very good. Fuck those guys. I will send you an owl, Andy. I literally have 0 owls right now at my house, and I'm waiting for the resupply. More people in the hobby is absolutely a good thing. More representation, more variety is a good thing. It's super expensive, yeah. Board games are getting crazy expensive too now. But also there are like some board games like I don't know the names in English, but there are like some board games, Mice and Mystics for example, that are made for kids. It's more expensive, but also people are willing to buy them for their kids to play with, basically. But also, you know, if the kid will tell the dad, oh, I want to try painting, I think that they have the miniature in their house anyway. So, you know, just having this product that has one purpose and serving also the purpose of painting miniatures. So basically, board games are just putting the miniature painting out there. But what will you check? Did you link something I missed? And now I actually think that the half-naked granny would be cool, but you know, you need to do it in a like with a correct, like maybe not correct, but interesting idea, and it would, you know, people would like it, I think. Mice and Mystics 60 to 65. Yeah, but people are buying it anyway, so you know, if they bought it and just basically like the board games are a vehicles for the miniatures to be in someone's house, and so I count them as a free miniature for people who want to enter the hobby and have it in their house anyway. There is a reason why AK Tooth & Co. scale 75 is present at every Essenspiel right now. And this stream is full of hot takes, and I just hope that I don't offend any of people I will meet on a beer someday. But also it's kind of hard when you are in this, you know, let's call it business of miniature painting, and everyone knows everyone, and it's the best way to be in the zone is to be nice and friendly to everyone, and actually not being, and then you cannot be honest about anything. That is not just a praise. So this is like kind of suffocating in a way. So I'm very glad that I can come to the public stream and just bitch about everything, and then hope that nobody gets offended, right? This is very fair and very square. A lot of board games have minis. Also, board game producers knows that miniatures are selling the board games. But I also think that more board games with limited amount of miniatures would be cool, because the limited amount of miniatures actually is inviting for people to just try the painting, because they can see that the end of the project is in their reach. And when you have something like what is the name of this game? Like there is the game about with the Egyptian pantheon. I played it yesterday. The miniatures were like very, very good, but I would never paint it because it was just so many of them. Yeah, Ankh. Yep. I think it was Hero Quest that got me into mini painting. I think that my first miniature I've ever painted was from Claustrophobia, and this is a board game, though not very like, let's call it like standard one. And then I painted some from, there was a like something like D&D game owned by my friend, and there was a like big ass dragon, and there was a dwarf and something else, and I painted like those few miniatures. Then I tried painting Talisman, but the miniatures were so awful, and also I was using the lowest quality of paints, and that discouraged me because it was awful experience. And after Talisman, I just decided that okay, I don't have the power, I don't have the I'm not patient enough to paint miniatures, and I left it. And then I came back after a few years, and I painted actually gaming miniatures at first. So I engaged with the miniatures because of board games actually. And I was happy about it because I kinda liked Warhammer models, but I didn't like Games Workshop / Citadel policy for their product. So for example, I didn't like that they are painting by the recipe even when oh, you can see my cat over here. Hey Tiri. Very beautiful. Which is a tabletop game so similar? Which tabletop game? I lost the string of thoughts. Okay, I think with the white clothing it would be nice. I want a new kitty. Loki. I think that he's not in the room right now, but I will try to show him on the stream. He's very cute. New kitties are very nice. If you are sure that you will care for a kitten and not throw it into the street, then you should get one. And I'm not talking to Andy, but to everyone. Like, this is my advice. Get a kitty unless you want to put it into the shelter or into the street. Then don't take a kitty, but in any other way, take the kitty. They are making your life much better. I think board game prices are also related to the lockdown bullshit. The normal prices I would compare, it would be pre-lockdown, and everything have gotten so much more expensive since then. Just living and breathing and eating costs make about 50 to 20% more now, and with metric I don't think board games are overpriced. Also, we have a war in Europe. Right, let's say thank yous to the people responsible for that. You know, like COVID ended, lockdowns ended, and then war started. Like, who in the right brains does something like that? Till the other kitties are gone. But at least your kitties are fluffy and very cute. Also, little kitties are very, like kittens are very engaging. So having an older cat has some beneficial pros. I got mine from a friend when his cat got pregnant, and I said I would only take it if I could have two, so they would have a friend. Yeah, this is the correct way to get a cat. Actually, get two cats, because they don't get bored. Oh no, I overpainted too much. Tell Yaya now to let me get a new kitty. You should get new kitties, like one or maybe two even, and they will be much happier this way. Right, Andy? They are small in the beginning, so you won't even notice that you have more cats. You could take a new cat and then you could call him, for example, Henry Cavill, so something close to Warhammer. It also helps ahead of time with the heartbreak when you lose the older ones. Yeah. Like my cat, this beautiful one over here, she was my first cat and she was a single cat for the longest time. I got her, like I basically found her in a field next to my house, so I took her in because she was basically dying of cold and hunger. So, you know, there was a little cat that needed some help and I helped her out and she stayed with me. But she left her mother, I don't know why, of course, very, very young, and I raised her. First of all, it was my first cat and I wasn't that experienced, and second of all, she left her mom too soon, so she didn't have like this cat socialization experience in her life. So she had some like problems, like she was too nervous all the time, stuff like that. She didn't know how to act at in some situations. And then after, I know, like 5 years have passed, and I adopted my little kitty Loki, and I actually adopted also his sibling. So I had 3 small cats that were interacting with each other, and they spent enough time with their mother, so they knew how the cat should act. And actually, she, as a older cat, learned from them, and she is right now much happier because she has like this some level of socialization experience because of those little kitties I was nursing and fostering for some time. So even an older cat may benefit from a new kitty. You will call the cat Todd. Very, very nice name. I will know 2 Todds this way. One is Todd Howard from Bethesda, and I kinda don't like him this much, so I would like your Todd. Because he would be a cat. Or a she. It's more that there's a trend to making board games bigger and more epic, so a lot of the newer ones are mega expensive, like Aeon Trespass, for example. Yep. But also there are some smaller ones like Endless Winter, it's very cool. It has only a few miniatures that are easy to paint and are very stylized, so they are not very realistic, but also they are just fun. So they are just like, but also Endless Winter wasn't that cheap. So it's like, hard to balance. If she thought backwards, the dot sounds very nice. Anyway, because it would be a cat, and every cat name is nice because you have the cat. Hi Ray! We have today we have the Australians guys on the chat. Nice to see you. We had Jared before, and we have Andy. Now it's Ray. I met with Ray on one of my Australian workshops. Also, Ray has a rare skill of painting big ass models that are very complicated, and I respect it very much, because I don't have the patience to do similar projects. So cute. Oh yeah, I forgot to reply on the Discord channel. Your cats are very, very cute. All I need to say now, where the fuck is Dano? Dano would have a complete collection. I think that we would be missing from the streamer area, Bunny and oh my god, my mind blanked. Ben, and we would be missing Jean from Stoneberg Miniatures, and who would be missing more? I think that would be full. Yeah, Dave, actually Dave. Yeah, how could I forget? And really, yeah. And then if Riri and Jim and Dave, then Obi also. When you say tonight, you mean Colonial tonight, right? Thank you for the follow. Hey. Yeah, and he's actually British, so he's. I'm not sure. Are you more an imposter in as a British guy or as Aussie? I think that British guy, right? Also, your accent is not even that much British. Yeah, please bring Dave. I'm waiting for it. Full outcast. You belong to I don't know. Where do you belong, Andy? You belong to streaming and Crimson Brush. And to badass painting also. And he is a very talented painter as well, guys. If you want, you can paste your Instagrams into the chat, guys. or your handles on Instagram. Okay, so I'm painting white, and as you can see, the highlight is actually yellow, the base is kind of violet gray, and then we will have this violet shadow. So this will be my white. Very good white. I judge newly religious people just the same as people who was born with it. Probably more actually. I'm the standard category painter of this bunch. Mimasa, are you from Australia? Or are you just saying that about linking your social media? Or I missed something, which is very possible. Because I slept like 3 hours today. I actually thought that I will stream for an hour and then I will just go asleep because I will be sleepy. But I think that I just woke up. And then I won't be tired for till 4 AM again. Oh, again, I will do an intermission. First of all, we have a sponsor of the stream, which is Inno Kingdoms. I'm painting Silvestris Smoker, one of their newest release. I think that Silvestris Smoker is their latest release. Also, they are Inno is a sister brand for Neko Galaxy. I will link their shops in the chat. This is Silvestris Smoker, and actually I had mini workshops today, and I painted not today and yesterday, and we painted this sheaf, and she is not perfectly painted because I didn't have that much time to paint her during the workshops, but she is more or less finished. Maybe a little bit in a sketchy way, but she's finished, she's painted, and I will be giving her away the next weekend for my subscribers and for my Patreons. So the pool for the raffle will be from my Patreons, and I shouldn't say that Patreons, but from my subscribers, yeah. And the people in pink on my Discord, basically. Yeah, I hope so that she looks cooler after I adjusted the camera. Where is your dear friend Paweł playing WoW? No, he's actually asleep because it's almost 1 AM in Poland. And he started going to sleep earlier lately. Yeah. Very sad, not very hardcore player like. Minimaster, you are from US, and what hour do you have over there? Australia has morning, I have 1 PM, so in US there is probably 11 PM? No, not 11. Oh, Paweł came here. Paweł. Andy says hi.
No, say hi to
Paweł says hi to you, Andy, but also he's sleepy, so he was sleeping. March sat not very well. Not well at all. It's 6:44 PM. Okay, so I almost got the time zones right. East Coast US is 6:45. East geographically is not west. I remember that much. And west is with Los Angeles, right? So yeah, we have pretty crazy time zones as well. So yeah, again, I'm giving this away next weekend actually. So I don't know, sign up to my Discord or something and to stay in touch. Again, readjusting. I'm not doing very well job with painting today, I will be honest. Talking too much, too many opinions, very much shook. West Coast is 2:45 PM, so it's not that bad. The whole world is awake right now. I have remembered that 1 p.m. is a good time for me streaming, to have the most diversified people present over here. East Coast Poland is 50 minutes till 1 a.m. and East Coast Poland, right? And West Coast Poland is also 15 minutes till 1 a.m. I know I'm very fun today. But on my workshops, I had worse jokes today. So the guys were very, very brave to survive that. Actually, yesterday was the culmination of bad jokes. I'm in Georgia and best friend moved to Seattle, so playing things with him after his kids go to bed is rough on me. I'm in the same boat, minimal zero. So what time are you playing? Like what time European time are you playing the games? Yeah, I'm in New York and a lot of my friends again with our West Coast, so my sleep schedule is awful, 4-hour difference. Well, what if you want to be a good gaming friend, you need to suffer. Sorry. Kriegsman Alfarius. Hey, what are you painting? I'm painting Silvestris Smoker. You can see it like over here. This is the art for the kit, and this is from this company, Innu Kingdoms. And I will do the links actually. This is a 75. This is actually Galaxy / Innu Kingdoms are doing a little bit bigger scale. So she's like 80 to 85 millimeters, and I think that this is the best size. This or slightly bigger sizing is the best size for full miniatures in my opinion. Yes, it is amazing. I was waiting for this release for years. So I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to paint it, and also Innu Kingdoms is sponsoring the stream. So I would also like to say that my previous hot takes about competitions and historical painting, this is not opinion that is shared by Innu Kingdoms. They like everyone, and they just want love and peace in the miniature painting world. So do not connect them to my spicy opinions. If anyone wants to be angry at me, then be angry only at me, not at them. Am I doing okay? I hope so. If I don't look like that, then tough luck. Like, I'm a little bit sleepy lately, but in general I am doing okay. And I'm painting this pretty cool model, so I'm very happy about that. What's your plan for this piece, Natalia? My plan is... I will read one more comment. Minimal size. I have an even spicier take with historical, but I had already derailed the chat enough. Yeah, you started that. It's not my fault. My plan for this piece is for her. So basically, she's smoking the pipe. Let's call it like the magic pipe. And the pipe will be like slightly shining, let's call it like that. I will see how well the painting will go for me to create like this shiny effect. So the pipe will be shiny, her eye will be shiny because, you know, she gets empowered by the pipe. And I will have, I think that bright gray smoke with some colorful swirlies all around. And she will have white clothing and I think that white fur. This white over here will be, and pink skin, of course. Or maybe she will have pink skin, pink fur, I will see later. Or maybe white pink, I don't know, we will see. But for sure she will be on the brighter side. And, oh sorry, the cat, give me a second. I got the kitty. Loki is here. See? It's his full majestic persona. Very cute cat. Kisses for the kitty. And I want the Silvestris to be bright as a character with clothing and the skin and the fur. And then from behind she will have a lot of like this bluish violet shadow. And again, the shadow will be Starry Night, basically. So the lighting coming from the right side will be lighting the character in a realistic way. So stuff lit by the light will be realistic and realistic textures, and everything in the shadow will be galaxy again, because I like painting stars and I don't care. That's not what I asked. I wanted to ask if you're okay. I hope that I'm okay. I have an even spicier take with his, okay, I got this. What's my plan? I have to go now, my friends. I love you all. I love you too, Andy. Love Jana as well, and pats and kisses for your cats. Could I send you the Lady of Vines? What is Lady of Vines? What is the? Can you link her in the chat? And because I don't want to take like everything for free, if I won't actually paint it in the future, and not sculpt is up to my style. Let's call it like that. Jab is making me go outside. Damn it. Is that the panther? You paint incredibly much better than I do. I'm not sure how we are painting, but I'm sure that it's not that bad. And also sometimes the technique is not that important, but the, you know, the creativity and the ideas, stuff like that. So I hope that you have fun with your painting. Did I link? I linked Neko Galaxy. Yeah, cool. Okay, more shadows on the white. The issue for me will be to find out the nice color for the tree. I'm not sure about that yet. I'm only worried about my skill being good enough to show off the ideas I have for my pieces. You have to try. Also, it's worth painting the piece, trying it out, and then you can paint it again. So the one painting of the one piece doesn't have to be your one and only try. If you will fail, then you can first of all repaint it right away if you would like to. Or you could repaint it in some time, or you can paint the idea. If you won't like it, then you can paint it again on some other miniature. For example, I like painting stars, so I'm painting stars on different miniatures, and I also like painting druids, so I painted one Mama Buho with grass as the clothing, and I will paint more miniatures like that just because I enjoy it. I paint 1,000 times better than me. I won't fight with you about that because I don't know how you're painting, but I just hope that you have fun with your painting and it's nice for you. Because the fun is actually what matters, in particular if you are not trying to win some competitions and stuff like that. I've painted like I will flex a little bit. I painted this wise woman. This was wise woman. This is actually, I think that this is my first bust that I finished painting, and she's a galaxy granny in a trance. And this painting was inspired by my own personal grandma. Because basically she died, so she may be a ghost right now, and I also always perceived her as very like streetwise and also street smart, and also she had like a lot of knowledge about like this old ways, like folk ways. So when I saw her, it was like, you know, instantly this is my ghost grandma. And I painted her as my first bust. This is not perfect painting because the idea is creative, but technically, for example, right now I would put stronger contrast in my painting. So for example, there's a lot of blue, so I would try to find a way to put warmer colors somewhere just for stronger contrast, right? So I want to repaint her, and I got another wise woman, and I want to, in the future, I want to repeat the same idea, but for the Natalia 2024 skill level. And I will just have two wise women, one from like a few years ago and one recent. Change of plans, I'm not leaving in 30 minutes. You are trolling us, Andy, but it's good, I like it. Focus on broader strokes and ambience, then the refinement is less important. That will get you closer to your ideas quicker, and if you're still passionate about the project, then start refining. Yeah, exactly. Also, like the broader strokes. So for me, it's sketching. So this is stuff I'm actually doing. I'm just working out the painting scheme by sketching stuff, and if I want like something, I will just repaint it. So I'm just loosely putting the colors in the place and seeing if my idea for the interpretation will work with the colors. If I will like it, I will, as Tua said, refine it more. Yeah, so this is like the exploration level, and then if I will like it, I can enter more into the execution. Let's call it like that. Hey, I'm just an English person and you're incredible. Thank you. You should put in for the Warhammer painting competition. I'm artistic, not artistic. Yeah, that sometimes happen. But again, it's nothing but. Yeah, the exploration and problem solving kind of puzzle phase is my favorite part. Mine too. Like I also like. I sometimes like finishing some I know, some levels. Like for example, having the face completely finished, because it just gives me some more like, you know, achievement completed for the project, and it's encouraging a little bit. Or if I will actually pull, like if I will make some complicated idea work, then I like it. But usually it's very having more complicated works is kinda, after the exploration phase, is just a grind for me often. Do we have a Discord? Yes, I have a Discord. There's the Discord plugin under my stream, I think, on Twitch, so you can go there. I have another cat on my... Oh, you can see her over here. We have the cat. Siri. We have a cat on the stream. Yeah. Oh, Kitty, please be peaceful. I like going section by section to completion. It's like lots of mini goals. It is mini goals, but I don't personally props on this idea because it's easier to make mistakes, at least for me, because I don't have like this render in my head that some painters have, where you can imagine what exactly you want to achieve in different elements. So for me, sketching works everything, but I understand that the going part by part is more like achievable, or achievements friendly. Also, it looks far better in social media, in my opinion, because just like it is like part of the model got uploaded from the previous work in progress. My English is amazing. I have to say that the very good part of like my English progression was my visit to Australia in the beginning of this year, when I have the opportunity to speak English more, but sadly the English skills uploaded into my brain at the end of the travel. So for the first month I was struggling more with the pronunciation and stuff like that. Also with coming up with the words while speaking, it wasn't that like natural for me. I had to think a lot more. Also, making jokes in English was much harder for me, and I suffered because of that. Because with the jokes, I often hustle with the social anxieties I have. And then after a month of me struggling, the better English uploaded into my head, and I improved slightly. So I'm happy that I can that I can express myself in English well enough, and sometimes do stupid jokes. Yeah, we can do a stream together, Andy. We just need to find a more optimal maybe hour in the day. Like for me, morning, and for you it would be like afternoon, I think. But we can work something out. Like next Sunday I'm busy, but the Sunday after that I may have the free weekend. So we could, for example, do a stream on the weekend if you would like to. Or if you have a free day, you can come up with some something together. The uploading part by part, I didn't know that it may do the editing videos easier. Like you are, like is it easier to get a grasp at which clips are good for like this what's its name, like the first clip, second clip, and third clip, like which one goes where. I really struggle with speaking your language. Yeah, but a lot of people struggle with speaking Polish because it's very like and it's hard to pronounce it for a lot of people. I thought that my name, like my surname, is short, so I thought that it's very easy for people, even for so it would be easy for people from abroad to pronunciate and know how to pronunciate, but I didn't know like that CZ at the end, ch, like chocolate, is not comprehensible correctly for people like from outside Poland, so they can try to get it right, but they not always get it right. And props for Kujo for speaking my surname correctly in his video. I was impressed. So yeah, Andy, we can just work out something. I'm happy to paint along. No, that's a stream team I can get behind. Strong stream team with Andy. As much as I like to be a polyglot, I know I'd get confused. I have no talents with the languages either, so I speak English, it's okay, but I would really like have this. I would really like to have this skills where people just catch up the languages like that and they can speak correctly, like just pronouncing correctly pretty fast. I'd love to join if you have me. I bring the age and gravitals, or at the very least some extra sass. Sure, let's do a group stream. I think that we should do it, and we could like maybe if it will be fine, we could like repeat it from time to time. My goal is to make a Kujo painting edit, which makes me laugh. His Dano edit was super funny. He did a Dano edit? I didn't know that. Can you link it? I want to see the video. Yeah, you Kujo. I actually think that because like I mentioned before, Tiri, what are you trying to do over here? I mentioned before on one of my streams that I was watching Kujo when I started painting miniatures, and I actually legit think that you like introduced me to some ideas. I don't remember all of the videos correctly because years have passed, but I think that watching some of your videos just like gave me the ideas I later explored as a like grown-up painter. So you did very solid work, Kujo. And he did a great job on the one based on you. Yep, he did, I agree. Again, go to Kujo Painting YouTube channel, go subscribe, watch a lot of his videos, and make your mom watch the videos, and then your dad and sisters and everyone. And make everyone subscribe. It's better than okay. Yeah, so let's do the stream. We will do Kujo edit, joint Kujo edit on Kujo. My mom actually watched the video about me, and my parents like they didn't understand like wholly what is going on, and they were very intrigued by the idea of trebuchet. But they saw the video. Oh, also they were very confused when Kujo said that that my piece cost like $1 million, right? They were like, Natalia, what is going on? Okay, I will watch the demo video later. Maybe I saw it already, but I don't remember. Oh, like the first thing I can see on this video is like the subtitles. Everyone should go and watch Kujo's video. Apparently his algorithm is struggling. Guys, go see Kujo. Likes, subscribes, write a comment. Let's write like stream team, something like that. Or I like trebuchets. Is it the same one? 25th second is the best watch it. I will watch it. Yeah, I will. Maybe not now because I'm not completely sure. Tiri, we have the chaos drama queen over here. Tiri. Whee! Cats, please do not stick your paws into my painting palette. Please, okay? Let's have this deal together. Hi! Yes, she's very cute. She also is a little bit chunky, but she's losing weight very beautifully. Okay, here we go, Ciri. Okay, -1 cat on the desk. And there is the other one, but I don't want him to come near my wet palette because there is a fair chance that I will have happy feet all over my workspace. Mom pretty true, yeah, petty true, sorry, yeah, she's, I'm not sure that she is so petty. Petty means small, I'm not sure. I again, like about the polyglot stuff, I tried to learn French at school, but I'm very awful with it. We have the true over here. Very, very graceful, very wow. Okay, painting, Natalia, focus, focus. We are focusing on painting, right guys? The cats are always distracting. Okay, so the nails are actually black, I don't need to paint them. My cabbage is thermal endearment. I can agree on the cabbage. My dad calls me goat. So, you know, goat cabbage is always very lovely. Right, I'll yield to the powers of COVID and go get some rest. Thanks for the chat and take care. You take care too. quick like not recognition, but you know, the stuff that makes you health back, basically. Like I wish you quick health regen in your stats. Basically, fingers crossed for your getting better. Yeah, HP potions for Tuya, yeah, exactly. Also, in video games, food regenerates the health, right? So maybe some burgers? Loki is sitting next to me on the desk and he looks like basically a little gargoyle. But I want him to stay there. Okay, Loki? Don't shoot the potion. Burger was a good choice, by the way, it really hit the spot. Burgers recommend. Gauntlet Arcade Flashbacks? Gauntlet, okay. I don't know this game. Regeneration? No, what was the word I was thinking about? Cannot remember. I will remember it at 5 a.m. after I will try to fall asleep for like 3 hours. Thank you for coming to the stream, Kriegsman Alfarius. Good luck with your painting. You can, if you enter my Discord, I can link the invitation in the chat. One sec. If you enter the Discord, you can post, or anyone basically over here. If you want a feedback from me, you can post your pictures of your miniatures in comment and criticism section of my Discord, and I will do a video. Sorry, video next week about like video being basically the feedback stream where I will where is my Discord, where I will give you advices about your painting. So comment and criticism if you just want to share your painting, work in progress or finished painting. I decided that I will give comment and criticism when asked, so just choose the comment criticism section if you want to get the comment and criticism. Okay, pasting the invitation, guys. Hey, thank you for coming on the stream. Yeah. Okay, the pipe. I think that it should be dark. I may be wrong, but it will be dark right now at least. Okay, I think that I will stream for like, I don't know, maybe half an hour more, maybe shorter. And I will log out as well because it's kind of late and I should get to the bed a little bit early in the hope of falling asleep. Okay, it will be violet for now. You don't even know how proud I am of myself that everything in this miniature is lining up together. I'm not very good at modeling stuff. And I'm trying lately to do my best, and it really worked for me this time. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that there's nothing that will go off rails with this miniature. That means broken. Or maybe she will have black lips. I think black lips is the way to go. Does it come in a lot of pieces? Yes, it comes in a very lot of pieces. But actually, like putting the character, you can put the character together, and you can have you can remove her from this and have this, and either have the trunk with the branches as separate element, and then the smoke with the pipe as a separate element, and then the character as a separate element, so 3 elements. If you want to, paint in parts, or you can put the pipe with the tree trunk together and then have her just demontage. But there is an issue that you may have to put her under that you will have to warm up the resin after the painting is done to match the pipe with her face together. So I just decided that I don't want to do that and I will just glue everything together. But she's definitely, it's definitely possible to paint her in parts and put everything together. You just have to be aware that either you have to make the perfect fit before starting the painting, or that you will have to refit some stuff with the heat after painting and putting everything together. Yeah, the smoke is separate. What are the parts? The smoke is separate, ears are separate, as far as I remember, head is separate, pipe is separate. You actually get 2 pipes in this kit in case you would break one of them. I had to make the end of the pipe a little bit straighter, but it's okay. You have arms, her body is separate, and the body comes with the arm to this length and this length, and then the hands are casted with the trunk actually. So this is another part. These branches are separate parts. This branch over here and this little branch as well. The tail is a separate part and the legs are separate parts. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 parts, I assume. 13 or 14, and then you have 3 extra flowers you can glue somewhere on the tree, but I decided that I don't need that. Yeah, smoke is separate, and it holds to the miniature over here. There is the joint. There is the joint over here on this flower, and then there is a joint on the pipe, and the pipe is separate. So at first, I decided to glue the smoke with the 3 branches and the tree together, and the pipe was holding to the smoke. So I have like basically this running over here as one part, and then I have her without her hands, because the hands are part of the trunk. Just I could put her in and out. And she actually sits there very, very snug, and she's very stable after putting her on the trunk. But I decided that I don't want to have the issue of replacing and figuring out the placement of the pipe after the painting. And I wasn't that sure about the hair being not glued to the trunk and then recalibrating the parts with the heat, because I knew that even if I will hold like while heating, it will move just so slightly, and then I will have to recalibrate it anyway. It is for me, basically, if you have better skills with modeling the kits, you can do it, basically, you can handle it. I just couldn't. So I just decided to glue everything together, struggle a little bit with some parts when painting, but at least I won't struggle with assembly in the end. Yeah, this is a lot, but also you see, this is very complicated kit. It's very beautiful, but also it has a lot of parts. So, you know, you have a little bit of this modeling struggle, but I think that it's worth it. Also, this is my favorite piece from Kingdoms, so I recommend. I'm completely not objective, and they are a sponsor of the stream, but this is my favorite miniature of them. A lot of KDM minis are about 30 or so, and they are like this big. Seriously, they are 15. Hi Gara. Yeah, she looks very fine. I like her a lot. Time to work and paint. For me, it's kind of time to go to sleep actually, but I will hang out a little bit more, try to be productive and try to paint slightly more. I wanted to finish her during the next week on streams, but I will see how it goes. Good luck painting, Minimansar. Basically, I want this miniature, this character, to be cute and sweet and have some starry cloud of smoke next to her face. Painting her chest for a higher finish will be problematic. I got to see Piotr Golden Demon entry from last year in the hunt. Last week it was very awesome. Dave has it now and he brought it over. Yeah, Piotr has very good technical skills and he's very good painter as well. He doesn't paint that much as he did in the past, but he's very, very good painter. Also, he paints very clean. And I kinda envy it a little bit. Also, he's very good, he has very good modeling skills. like modeling, not like Vogue, but putting the models together and making everything nice and pretty. Smooth God, yeah, exactly. Recently he actually started finally painting some of his miniatures, and for example lately he, I think, finished not Silvestris Smoker, but the other Silvestris, so like this little academic bust of a found girl, and it's pretty nice, I would say. If she will have white fur, do you think that she should have black nails? Like, this is not a nail, but you know, nail, not fang. What is, how, if we have anyone from Poland, how is pazur in English? Claw, right. Exactly. Okay, now I have to come up with the color of the fur, and I think that it could be more blue, but I also think that it will very much look similar to the clothing, so maybe brownish, but I kind of don't want to go brown. Very hard, much complicated, not wow. Okay, where is burn umber? I summon the, or maybe I shouldn't if I am to end the stream soon. If I am to end the stream, maybe I shouldn't put more paints on my wet palette. I don't think that it's very efficient. Okay, I will try to focus on the stuff I already have over here. So Loki on the stream. Cute kitty. Okay, Loki, I'm trying to paint, okay? I'm trying to be a serious painter who is not petting the cat all the time. Okay? Do you understand? I keep using black in my shadows and kinda makes things boring. Do you use much black? No, I don't use black at all, in the shadows at least. Do you use anything else? Instead, I'm painting white. It's natural to use white. This is very deep and very complicated topic. So, black and white in nature almost never is perfectly black and white. So, and also black and white are not a color. They are not colors. They are, black is every color but very, very dark, and white, or maybe white may be every color but very, very bright. So black and white are actually Joker colors, and they may be everything on the color wheel. And that said, can I borrow this cat forever? No, he's mine. Or maybe I am his as the carer. And in the nature, if you have a, for example, white wall, it's never perfectly white, because it's either slightly, for example, colder in color, so it may be a little bit blue. Loki! Oh, you little rascal. No. Loki! He started chewing on this guy. Not good kitty. So, if you have white, for example, wall, if you have a sunny day and the sun is shining on your white wall, then the wall is not perfectly white, but it's kinda yellow. So most of the colors, like, unless you are in Antarctic and you have like this perfect bright day, only on Antarctic on the very bright day you will have perfect white. visible somewhere. But unless you are on Antarctic, you will never ever have, or almost never have, perfect white, because there is always some kind of undertone visible in the white or in the black actually. For example, like you have this is black, right? But this is lit by yellow light, and this black actually is some kind of pigment, but very dark. And you can see that it goes slightly greenish, slightly greenish. This black goes slightly blue, for example. This black over here, it looks black, but it's actually green. See? So I tend to not, like for general painting, I try to not use black or white because using black and white, first of all, desaturates your painting and washes the colors out, because white and black bears no information aside the information about brightness and darkness of the color, of like the in general brightness or darkness of that thing that is white or black. It has no information about temperature. It has no information about the placement of the color wheel actually. So you don't know, when you have this very, like, let's say perfect black, you have no idea where it lies on the color wheel. So you have no information about what color contrasts it. And painting is most interesting when you have a lot of contrasts in your painting. So it's actually as a like artist wanting to do something interesting for other people, it's good to like toss the pure black on the side, and even if you want to paint something black, always put some kind of undertone in it. Or if you want to paint white, always paint it as a undertone. That's why this is meant to be white or kind of grayish white, but it's actually violet. And after I will fill in other spaces, it will look more white than now. Right now it's kind of grayish, but it's gray, which in theory is in between white and black. But in reality, this is violet gray with white highlight. And this highlight right now looks yellow, because it is yellow, but it's not present on all of the surfaces on the miniature. After I will put it everywhere as a highlight, yellow highlight, your eyes will read it as as a just sunny day, and sunny light lighting this gray coat. So in general, I don't use pure white and pure black, because they are desaturating my painting, and I want my painting being saturated and contrasted. For example, for black, I usually use this like for blacks or for dark areas / shadows. I like to use this violet from Abteilung. It's dark violet from Abteilung Dense Paints. And I like to mix it into different paintings, like I started doing over here. So for example, here you have violet shadow, here you have violet shadow. I'm adding yellowish highlights everywhere, and I will add violet shadows everywhere. And this way my shadows and light has some more information in it. And it's more interesting for the eye, because my light and shadow is actually contrasted on the color wheel. So I have yellow highlights with violet shadows. So my light is contrasting itself with the shadows. First of all with brightness and darkness. Second of all with the placement on the color wheel, and those are complementary colors because they are opposite on the color wheel. And then we have this extra information about temperature, and yellow is warmer than violet. So they kinda contrast each other in the temperature as well. Lucky not a fan of black paint either. Yeah, he is not. Stop my toe and the humidifier at the top of the stairs. I hope that this was the portion of bad luck for you for this day, and from now on everything will be okay and alright for you. Lucky, I like a grey prime better, but throw some catnip on it to look at. He doesn't like catnip that much actually. I don't know why. He sometimes gets interested, but not always. But he's very cool kitty, and sometimes he sleeps in my lap when I paint. Tenere yellow, yeah, tenebre, almost. Tenere yellow, this is the stuff. But I'm kinda, like for this white, for example, for other colors, I would use pure Tenere yellow, it's over here, but for white I add a little bit, for highlighting white with this Tenere yellow, I'm taking Tenere yellow and adding a little bit white to it to desaturate this Tenere yellow, because on white this will look completely yellow. So I have to, work around it. My old cat want apeshit for catnip. Yeah, I would like to for Loki and for Ciri and for my third cat Carmel to go for catnip as well. I think that it would be fun. My cats right now, like in my bedroom, I have like this galaxy projector. Like this is this little machine that projects like the color on your wall and then some laser stars. And it's pretty cool. It makes the falling asleep process much more like relaxing, I would say. But my cats, they like go completely crazy for the stars. So it's basically like the one big the laser pointer for them. So right now they became like used to it. But they come to the bedroom at night and they are just like whoa, and then just trying to grab. I've read somewhere that the cats, if they are very into laser pointers, may go insane after some time because they are constantly chasing something that doesn't exist. And I really hope for my cats that the Galaxy projector won't make them cuckoo, basically. Yeah, brighter highlight. I think that this will make the thing look more white in the end. Painting these areas over here will be hell, but I did it to myself, so I need to bear it with more or less honor and humility. Humility, yeah. I need to be humid for this painting, guys. Now it's time to go. Yeah, I think that's for me is also time to go because it's almost 2 p.m. a.m. Sorry. See ya, bye, Andy. It was cool to see you over here, and we need to, brainstorm about the shared stream. Bye. Have a nice day. I need to add white to this pink as well, I think, because it doesn't want to go brighter when I just add Tenere yellow. It would be so cute. Okay, it's too white right now. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, she will be cute, I think. Like for example, like originally this part is sculpted as a sleeve, and it has like slight texture over here of like this hole in the sleeve, but I just decided to like ignore it, and I'm painting it as a flat surface. If it will stick out, I will take X-Acto knife, sand it down, like, or chop it a little bit down with the X-Acto knife, and I will make it flat. Is that your cat snoring? No, it's Kukieł snoring. Sorry, I thought that you cannot listen him, like, or hear it. Yeah, you can't hear it. Him. Hey, shiny Mew Paints. Shiny Mew Paints. Pretty cool name. Cute. Or I could say that it's Loki. If I said that it's Loki snoring, it would be funnier, right? The snores are summoning me to sleep, to go to sleep. Every you hear means come. Good evening. Hello everyone. Hello. I will be actually finishing the stream pretty soon, but thank you for coming by, and hopefully we'll bump to each other like somewhere in the future. I didn't do that much today, but the chat was very spicy, so at least that came from that. So this is her. I will be streaming her, I think, almost every day for the next week. The time may differ, but it should be at least around 9 CET, so it's Europe time, or at least half of the Europe time. She will have white fur, pink body, gray white clothing, shiny blue pipe, nice shiny smoke, and then in the back she will have starry galaxy shadows. So if you want to follow the progress, be on a lookout for my other streams. I hope to finish her next week, but I will see how the things goes and how the situation will work out. Today I wasn't that much productive, honestly, but at least I got the painting scheme planned out. If you want more updates, join my Discord. Guys, can you give me a name for the ride for the stream? Or maybe I will try to find someone out. Maybe Dano is streaming. More. No one is streaming from my follow list, at least. We have Spark Minis, so maybe her. Okay, guys, do you want Spark Minis? No opinions over there. Okay, so I will do a write in a second. As for the end note, under my stream you can find an invitation for my Discord channel. If you want your work to participate in my feedback stream, which will happen, I think, the week after the next week. So just before end of the month. Just put your picture of your work in my comment and criticism channel. I will be painting this one this week, and also during the weekend I will do a giveaway of this miniature. Oh my god, it is this miniature. So this is a bust I painted, like a quick painted, instant painted. What is the word? I did a quick painting of during this weekend of my workshop, and I'm giving away this painted miniature in, like, basically next week. sorry, I think on Saturday evening. Yeah, so this is like the stuff I want to say. Follow my social media, in particular Instagram. I didn't post there that much, but I want to get 10,000 followers before the end of the year. That would be nice and cool. And see you on the next stream, which will happen probably tomorrow or in the following days. I think that tomorrow, pretty much, yes. Okay, so thank guys. I will do the right. At least I hope that I will be correct. Right? Got it. So, are you ready, guys? Are you ready to go for my streaming? Bye 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 bye, and thank you for watching.